慢，不是那么顺。
OK，好，谢谢。啊，
Hello。
Dr. Liu Mengqi, Deputy Minister of Education, Taiwan, 教育部由政务次长孟奇 Mr. Budi Santoso, represent
Every day I know, then here we go.
出来了。对，但因为他已经等于头洗饭了，因为他几点结束嘛。然后，对啊，而且护照其实这礼拜我就会好。对，然后有一次已经好了，我那一段是那个。
进去了。
麦克风掉。
点点，显示背景效果，3个点点，显示背景效果有吗？
没有。
你这为什么它长得没有？会议通知，为什么会？
太亮。还是说网页版没有？因为我看有人讲说网页版是不是没有？还是只有城市版本？
啊，我还要下载 Team。
test test
Tes, testing. Testing, testing. Ada yang ngerespon.
Oke, masuk.
Siap, makasih.
Sama-sama.
Hello everybody.
Siap, Bu. Kedengaran.
Siap. Halo Pak Jo.
Selamat pagi semuanya.
Pagi.
Saya dari University of Science and Technology Taiwan. Salam kenal.
Halo, Pak. Selamat pagi, saya Jumadi dari Universitas Widya Mataram di Yogyakarta.
Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu semuanya. Salam sehat.
Selamat pagi. Salam
Salam
sehat.
sehat Pak, selamat pagi.
校长，我们大概在2分钟后会开始，那我们会先跟线上的与会者。Begin in 2 minutes, then we will start video. Are we ready? Yes? Okay. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Taiwan-Indonesia Higher Education Forum will begin in 3 minutes. During the forum, please kindly mute your microphone when not speaking. Thank you.
Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu sekalian, dalam waktu 5 menit acara pembukaan akan segera dimulai. Oleh karena itu kami mohon Bapak Ibu memastikan kamera dalam bentuk on, dan juga mikrofonnya dalam bentuk off.
Honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, selamat pagi, and welcome to the 6th Taiwan-Indonesia Higher Education Virtual Forum, and welcome to the opening ceremony. The theme of this year is the challenges and opportunities of higher education in the age of globalization, digital technology, and the new normal. And we are very grateful to have the tremendous support from the Ministry of Education in Taiwan and the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology in Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati. Perwakilan Kementerian Pendidikan Taiwan, perwakilan Kementerian Pendidikan Kebudayaan Riset Teknologi Indonesia, Rektor, Wakil Rektor di Universitas Taiwan dan Indonesia. Nama saya Vicky Adania, bersama teman saya Rivalo dan Hansi menjadi moderator untuk 2 hari ke depan dalam virtual forum. Selamat datang di the 6th Taiwan-Indonesia Higher Education Virtual Forum 2021.
We are very happy that we now have more than 100 participants online, so welcome. So this event is held annually to provide a platform for educators, researchers, and government representatives to exchange perspectives and engage in a productive dialogue among all the key stakeholders.
Acara ini merupakan suatu platform untuk menggabungkan 58 universitas dari Taiwan dan 54 universitas di Indonesia sebagai bentuk komitmen untuk mengembangkan kerjasama di bidang pendidikan dan penelitian.
Asia University is very happy to have the opportunity to host this event. And this year in total, we have 58 universities from Taiwan and 54 universities from Indonesia registering for this event. Thank you all for your great participation.
Terima kasih banyak atas partisipasinya kepada universitas yang ada di Indonesia maupun Taiwan yang telah menunjukkan komitmennya bergabung dalam the 6th Taiwan-Indonesia Higher Education Virtual Forum.
And we have a wonderful list of guest of honors today. So without further ado, let's welcome Professor Meng-Chi Liu, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Education in Taiwan, who is also leading the globalization of education in Taiwan. 我们欢迎教育部刘梦琪政务次长。
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
So shall I get started?
Yes, please. We can see you from here. Thank you.
Thank you. Director General Nissan and Representative Budi Santoso and Representative Zhang Chen and President Jerry Tsai and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning, Deputy Minister.
Taiwan's Ministry of Education. It is a great pleasure to welcome each of you to the 6th Taiwan-Indonesia Higher Education Forum. The Ministry of Education in Taiwan highly value higher education collaboration and exchanges with Indonesia. Taiwan and Indonesia are both strongly committed to fostering more international education and research collaboration. And we firmly believe that this is a very significant way to enhance educational and research effectiveness for our both countries. It also enhances the training of a highly skilled workforce that's equipped with the latest knowledge, expertise, and skill sets to meet both the current and the future needs of the industry sector and of the broader society. The theme of this digital forum is very important. We face opportunities and challenges alike in this era. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a devastating impact on our societies and business throughout the world, and we will inevitably face other even more complex challenges. For example, the issues of global warming, climate change, and loss of biodiversity, and how do we tackle their impacts on economic, agriculture, and social stability. It is essential for people in the higher education sector to open-mindedly consider new approaches and ideas, and to welcome constructive criticism as we work together to build a better, fully sustainable future. As we do this, we surely can incorporate insights that the pandemic has given us into our future approaches. The pandemic has clearly highlighted the need for us to work harder to cross the digital divide, the need for systems to be resilient, and the fundamental need for communicating with all stakeholders. We need to keep people well informed and listen to their concerns and their opinions and suggestions. However, despite the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Ministry of Education in Taiwan is very delighted to see that there were almost 14,000 Indonesian students in Taiwan's universities last year, and more than 63% of them were undertaking a degree program, and we are happy to welcome more. I hope that educational and research collaborations between our respective universities and the research institutes will continue to grow and flourish. And I wish this year's Taiwan-Indonesia Higher Education Forum every success. I hope that the forum will articulate ideas that enhance highly effective practice and collaboration between us. And I wish everyone taking part success in your endeavors and good health. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Liu. Thank you very much for the wonderful message for supporting and encouraging more academic collaboration between Taiwan and Indonesia. And thank you for taking time out to be present today. Thank you, Deputy Minister Liu.
Thank you.
And moving on to the next agenda, Professor Nizamt. He happens to be in another occasion for the celebration of Teachers' Day in Indonesia. So happy Teachers' Day for the participants online from Indonesia. So let's move on to the next one. Let's invite Professor Jeffrey Tai, to the President of Asia University, also the host university, to deliver a welcome remark. President Tai, please.
Professor Menqi Liu, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Education, Taiwan. Professor Nazem, Director General of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. Ms. Zhang Chen, Representative of Taipei Economy and Trade Office in Jakarta. And Mr. Santoso, representative of Indonesia Economic and Trade Office to Taipei. Dr. Nico Yanyi Li, Director General, Department of International and Coast-Strait Education, MOE, Taiwan. University President, Vice President, distinguished speaker, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, a hearty good morning from Asia University Taichung. On behalf of the host university of this Taiwan-Indonesia Higher Education Virtual Forum, I would like to express my sincere welcome to all the representatives from the more than 100 participating universities in both Taiwan and Indonesia. This large number of participants indicates the need for such a forum, which would have been held last year if it had not been for the outbreak of pandemic. The theme for this year's forum is challenges and opportunity of higher education in the age of globalization, digital technology, and new normal. We invited renowned and inspiring scholars in these fields from Taiwan and Indonesia to share their expertise and best practice. Important issues such as education, innovation, talent, cultivation, social responsibility, new digital technology, ways to cope with new normal, learning for the metaverse, online collaboration in the post-COVID-19 era, and more will be addressed. I believe these topics can generate many interesting and innovative ideas for us to impart our students in the future digital learning era. One of the highlights of this forum is the MOU signing ceremony between Taiwan and Indonesia University. Dr. Nico Yenyi Lee, Director General, Department of International Cross-Strait Education, MOE Taiwan, will witness this grand signing ceremony, a new milestone that marks the substantial academic cooperation on both sides. I would like to convey my sincere congratulations to this university and hope that all concerned will soon reap the fruits of their effort. Last but not least, I would like to thank the Ministry of Education Taiwan and the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology Indonesia, which give their full support respectively to this forum. My thanks in particular go to Audrey Tang, the Digital Minister of Taiwan, Professor Mengqi Liu, Deputy Minister of MOE Taiwan, and Professor Nazem, Director General of Higher Education, DICTI Indonesia. My thanks also go to all honorable speakers, all our pioneers, great leaders, presidents, and vice presidents in the higher education sector from Taiwan and Indonesia. Much appreciation for their precious time. The forum is highly honored by their participation and open speeches. I also like to thank Grace O's team of Education Division Taipei Economic and Trade Office Jakarta, Indonesia, and Dean Yin-Hui Chen's team from the International College Asian University, both of which are work hard and efficiently behind the scene to make this forum a reality, even though we have to do it virtually. Finally, I wish the forum very success and good health to all the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, President Tsai. Thank you, President Tsai. President Tsai is very supportive to today's event. Without his guidance, we could not have gathered so many prestigious speakers for today's forum. So thank you. And next, let's invite Mr. John Chen, the representative of Indonesian Economic and Trade Office to Taipei.
Dr. Liu Mengqi, Deputy Minister of Education, Taiwan, 教育部由政务次长孟奇 Mr. Budi Santoso, Representative of Indonesian Economic and Trade Office to Taipei, 印尼驻台办事处张普里代表 Dr. Nizam, Director General of Ministry of Education, Indonesia, 印尼教育部高教总司长 Dr. Jeffrey J.P. Tsai, President of Asia University, 台湾亚洲大学蔡校长进发 Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Selamat pagi, 大家早安. First and foremost, allow me to extend my sincere greetings and welcome to all of you and to express my deep appreciation to the Asia University, the Ministry of Education Taiwan, and their counterparts in Indonesia for the efforts they have made in organizing the 6th Taiwan-Indonesia Higher Education Virtual Forum. As we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought about horrific changes in all walks of life in the world, and education is no exception. Nevertheless, while pandemic has wreaked havoc on human beings, it has also prompted rapid technological and digital revolution, hence resulted in better online services. Against this background, the theme of today's forum, Challenges and Opportunities of Higher Education in the Age of Globalization, Digital Technology, and the New Formal, is indeed a timely and important one. I am much delighted to learn that this year, up to 58 universities in Taiwan and 35 universities in Indonesia are involved in this forum. Today, on this occasion, I would also like to express my admiration to His Excellency Mr. Nadiem Makarim, Minister of Education Indonesia, also the founder of Gojek, for his many ideas and thoughts on education ever since he assumed his current position. I, in particular, would like to mention his independent campus policy, Kampus Merdeka policy. Under his policy, students are encouraged to go beyond the campus to develop personal growth through internships as well as international student exchange programs. This people-to-people concept corresponds to the spirit of the new southbound policy promoted by Taiwan government. Last year, more than 13,000 Indonesian students went to Taiwan for further studies. At present, Indonesia has become Taiwan's third largest source country of foreign students. I am much pleased to see that each year, thousands of Indonesian students, after completing their studies in Taiwan, return to Indonesia so as to contribute to the society the knowledge and skills they have obtained in Taiwan. They have already become a precious human resource asset for Indonesia. And as the official representative of Taiwan in Indonesia, I am heartened to witness such a development. Last but not the least, I am confident that the presentation and contributions to be made by the speakers and participants in this forum will bountifully enlighten us and make this event successful and fruitful. Again, I wish the forum a full success and wish all of you good health and prosperity. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. 谢谢大家.
Thank you, Mr. John Chen. Terima kasih. Thank you very much for the warm message to both sides. So next, let's invite Mr. Budi Santoso, the representative of Indonesian Economic and Trade Office, to Taipei.
Setelah ini kami undang Bapak Budi Santoso, perwakilan TETO di Taipei.
Oke.
Hello, we can see you. Hi.
Silakan Bapak.
Terima kasih. Profesor Monsilo, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Education Taiwan, Profesor Niziam, PhD, Director General of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor G.P. Sai, President of Asia University Taiwan, my colleagues, Mr. John Chen, representative of Taipei Economic and Trade Office in Jakarta, prominent speaker, university president, CEO, scholar, and student, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you. First of all, let me convey my fervent wish that the COVID-19 pandemic will totally disappear from our beloved earth very soon, and also pray for our health and safety. Inshallah, we could survive it and be able to bring back our life even better. Distinguished participants, scholars, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my highest appreciation to the Ministry of Education of Indonesia and Taiwan, Asia University, and all parties involved into this forum for all your effort and support to make this precious event possible. Fellow scholars, researchers, students, ladies and gentlemen, again and again, I will keep on saying that the main idea of reflecting to this challenge beside the COVID-19 pandemic is the disruptive world. There is no business that is not being disrupted by technology, from agriculture to banking, education to transport, food service to the media. The speed and scale of change mean all businesses are scrambling to respond. Change is not longer linear, not predictable, and it happens in very high speed. To cope with these challenges, it is strongly require various innovation supported by digital technology to open the wider path of opportunities to achieve a leap of our goals. In case of Indonesia, with innovation, human resources, and mastery of technology, it can be released from the curse of natural resources. Indeed, Indonesia has abundance of mineral resources. However, if Indonesia is able to downstreaming its industry, we are optimistic that we can reach our best economic performance. Indonesia now is working on the battery production for vehicle as one of the value-added products made our nickel. Indonesia and Taiwan are in progress toward this cooperation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at the same time, COVID-19 pandemic came across the globe that also disrupting our life badly. We are talking about not talking about one country or two. The damage that caused by the pandemic have ruined every single side, all of human interest, and every corner of our beloved planet. This is our time to work together, hand in hand, to fight the pandemic, to rise again from adversity, and to continue our life as better than ever in our new normal. I'm certain that there is light at the end of the tunnel. There are always opportunities in every challenge. What we have to do is to put ourselves together to attain the best solution to get through this difficult time. I do also believe that the role of scholars, researchers, and universities become more and more important to look up to in the academic and pragmatic point of views. Innovation and digital technology are taking the most significant part into this world. Ladies and gentlemen, in this regard, I would like to use this opportunity to praise this seminar to come up with the best recommendation for all of us in addressing the challenges of today's globalization, digital technology, and the new normal for our better future and prosperity to all mankind. I do believe that we do need to rethink, challenge any conventional wisdom, foster disruptive leadership principle in order to be prepared for the unpredictable. I wish you all have fruitful discussion and stay healthy. I thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, and Professor Nizam, the Director General of Higher Education of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology in Indonesia. Professor Nizam is the primary driving force to enhance the relationship between Taiwan and Indonesia at the academic level. He is now with us on the line. Professor Nizam.
Profesor Nizam, apakah Bapak di sana?
All right, well, we are waiting for Professor Nizam to be online with us. As far as I know that he is in another occasion, so should be with us shortly. And today we have a wonderful program. And our keynote speech, we have invited the Digital Minister in Taiwan, Ms. Audrey Tan, to deliver the keynote. And we also have invited 6 featured speakers from Taiwan and 6 featured speakers from Indonesia. So let's look forward to the wonderful program for this 2 days event. And while we're waiting for Professor Nizam to be with us online, let's invite Professor Ying Hui Chen, the Dean of International College. He's the one who is leading the team to host today's event. So let's invite Professor Ying Hui Chen to deliver a welcome remark.
Okay, distinguished guests, especially the two, deputy ministers from Ministry of Education, and so many esteemed university presidents and vice presidents. A hearty welcome from Asia University, Taichung, Taiwan, and Taichung, the second largest city in Taiwan, more or less like Surabaya, where Asia University's Center of Education is located. And today's activity is part of the center. In other words, we use the center more or less like a platform, like a liaison office, to promote, to enhance the collaboration between Taiwan universities and their counterparts in Indonesia. And we are so very happy for this event because we have more than 112 universities attending this event. And tomorrow, during the MOU signing, we will have more than 110 MOU to be signed. And we already invite 6 universities from both sides. They come from different categories. We have comprehensive public university. We have private comprehensive university. We have University of Technology and Science and Technology. We have a teachers college or teachers university. So once again, while we are waiting, Professor Nizam to address the congregation, the audience, I would like to say a few words about educational system in Taiwan until he is ready. Actually, in Taiwan, we have 2 types of university, the so-called comprehensive and technical. And Asia University, for example, is one of the top 10 private comprehensive university. I just learned that Professor Nizam is ready for the address. Okay, thank you. Have a big success. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chen. And Professor Nizam, can you hear us? Professor Nizam is the Director General of Higher Education of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology in Indonesia.
Sesaat lagi kita akan mendengarkan pidato dari Profesor Nizam, General Direktur Pendidikan Tinggi, Kementerian Pendidikan, Budaya, Riset dan Teknologi Indonesia. Prof. Nizam, apakah sudah siap?
Siap, terima kasih.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you. Excellency Prof. Moncilio, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Education, Taiwan. Excellency Prof. Jeffrey Tsai, President of Asia University, Taiwan. Mr. John C. Chen, representative from Taipei Economic Trade Office, Jakarta. And Mr. Budi Santoso, representative of Indonesian Economic and Trade Office in Taipei. First of all, I would like to congratulate International University Taiwan for having this very interesting and very important Asia University Taiwan congregation. As we all know, currently we are facing a very dynamic world, especially during this pandemics. We see that we have, all of us has to transform into the digital era. Just to give you an overview, a brief overview, Indonesia has more than 4,000 institutions, higher education institutions, and currently we serve more than 8.7 million students in Indonesia. So friendship with Taiwan, I think, has been very mutually beneficial. Many students from Indonesia spend their time in Taiwan, and vice versa. We also would like to invite Taiwan University to come to Indonesia. We know that currently the impact of the Industrial Revolution 4.0 has disrupted the way we do higher educations, because many of jobs will get lost due to the automations. It will be replaced by machine learning, by robotics and automations. In Indonesia alone, 23 million jobs will be replaced by automation by 2030. That's a lot of jobs. While the opportunity of creating new jobs is double that figures, however, many of the jobs is not yet exist today. So it's a big challenge for university to prepare skills for our graduates for not yet known jobs. What competencies we should prepare for the students? With the dynamics of the professional world, we have to prepare graduates with more adaptability, more adaptive. So they have the adaptive capability, and they have to be more agile. The volatile words, the uncertain, complex, and ambiguous word, need them to be more agile, more self-directed, entrepreneurial, as well as they have to learn the literacy of today, like digital literacy, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, and the complex of the problems needs them to be able to work multidisciplinary. So the way we do higher educations in the past, where students learn in a silo of subject, no longer enough to fit with the future job. So it's very important for our university to be still relevant and also still fun for the students, the millennial, and to prepare them with the skills, with the competencies needed today and tomorrow. They have to be future-proof. We do not want to see university as a broken link from educations into the real world of the profession. Therefore, in these past 2 years, Indonesia has shifting its higher educations into an emancipated learning approach through Campus Merdeka. It's a multiple pathway to develop competencies of students. We shift from narrow perspective where students stay in their subject and could not learn from other faculties, for instance, and they stay in campus without knowing what happened in the professional world. We move that into more direct, more self-directed and flexible learning. Multiple pathways to develop competencies. How we do that? First, we give students opportunities up to 3 semesters, that is 60 credits out of their subjects. For instance, student from engineering, she or he can learn economics. He or she can learn from science. He or she can learn from business. That way, the opportunities of students to prepare a broader competencies is available. So all the subject they take from outside their subject can be transferred as part of the degree. And secondly, we give them the opportunity up to 2 semesters or 40 credits to do experiential learning, to work off-campus activities. Those can be one of 9 off-campus activities. One is through student exchange. Indonesian students can spend 1 semester in Taiwan and earn credit from what they learn from the partner universities. They can also spend for internship in industry, internship in bureaucracy, internship in NGOs, internships in embassy, for instance. So they can spend up to 1 semester or 2 semesters doing an intensive internships in the real professional world. And thirdly, they can also, for those aspire to be teachers, they can do teaching as a teaching assistants in remote places. And fourth, they can also become a research assistants in research centers, full-time, not just part-time, but full-time research assistants, so that they can be more ready to become researchers or lecturers. Fifth, they can also join. For instance, during this pandemic, thousands of our students joining the efforts to mitigate the pandemic through education, through helping the vaccinations, distributing face masks, and many things. Six, they can also develop entrepreneurships. And seven, they can do micro-credentials. Basically, we unbundle the university and to bring competencies that it's not available in the university to be taken by students. So they can learn about machine learning, they can learn about artificial intelligence, about cybersecurity, or whatever trade that is now coming out and needed by the industry. And eight, they can also do community engagement. They can stay community empowerment. They can stay for 6 months in rural village to help the locals using their knowledge and technology to develop the economy in rural village. So those are off-campus activities that students can take. During the semester alone, we prepare 80,000 opportunities for students from all over the country to take micro-credentials, to take community empowerment, to have certified internship in industry, student exchange, and we also have Indonesia International Student Mobility Award, in which we send 1,000 students for one semester to Europe, to Asia, to Australia, to America, and to take courses in partner institutions. So I hope that collaboration with Taiwan will be strengthened through this Indonesia International Mobility. And also campus goes to schools and also student entrepreneurship program. And for that, there are a lot of opportunities to collaborate with Taiwan universities, especially with Asia University Taiwan. We promote our university to engage with international partner through university consortium, joint research, curriculum development, student and staff exchange, internships, scholarships, specifically for professors, micro-credentials, and online learning development. And we also welcome world-class university to establish in Indonesia. So with that, I would like to invite the Asia University Taiwan to work stronger with Indonesian partners to develop future talents that fill the needs of the industry and the need of the development and for a better future. And thank you very much for the opportunity. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Nizam. We feel extremely honored to have you being with us virtually to show your solid support together virtually. So please turn on your camera for the group photo. We would like to have as many of you as we can.
Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami mohon untuk menyalakan kamera karena sesaat lagi kita akan melakukan grup foto. Karena keterbatasan frame dan banyaknya partisipan yang akan hadir, kami akan melakukan beberapa shots untuk foto kali ini.
So we are going to have our first photo. So 1, 2, 3. So hold your pose, smile, be still. Did we get the photos? Good. Can we have another one with a thumbs up, please? A thumbs up for everyone. A thumbs up for everyone. Everyone on the line, thumbs up, thumbs up. Stay still because we have several pages. We now have almost 200 people on the line. So it takes a couple of seconds to take the photos. Can we have another one with freestyle? With a freestyle, a heart, a love? Freestyle, yes. So let's have one more. 1, 2, 3. So thank you all for your great participation today. And moving on to the next agenda on our program, President Dongxing Wu is on the line.
Yes.
President Dongxing Wu from National Xinan University.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you,
thank you.
President Wu. So I'm going to turn the floor to President Dongxing Wu, the President of National Chinan University, to moderate the keynote speech.
Okay. A distinguished guest and invited friend, warm greeting from the heart of Taiwan National Chinan Universities. In the following, you may heard of a mentioned figure from Taiwan. So allow me to introduce our keynote speaker today. Audrey Tang is a well-known politician and a free software programmer in Taiwan in recent years, and made the 2019 list of the 100 global thinkers published by the Foreign Policy magazine. She is Digital Minister of Taiwan and has been described as one of the 10 greatest Taiwanese computing personalities. In 2016, Audrey Tang was appointed minister without portfolio for digital affairs in the cabinet and took office as the digital minister in October, being placed in charge of helping government agency communicate policy goals and managing information published by the government, both via digital means. At age 35, she was the youngest minister without portfolio in Taiwanese history and was given this role to bridge the gap between the older and younger generations. After being Taiwan's digital minister, Tang established a platform for field public opinion on government policy and asked the Taiwanese people to come forward without suitable policy ideas. The platform created down the barrier between the government and the peoples and reflects the true opinions of society in government. Audrey devised a way for Taiwan to participate in meeting of the United Nations digitally, combine technology and diplomacy to share the voice of Taiwanese citizens with the rest of the world. So from the middle of May this year, the COVID situation in Taiwan becomes severe. In the meantime, Audrey has developed COVID-19 vaccination registration and reservation system that allow people in Taiwan to easily and quickly choose their vaccine type and schedule. This has been a great help to Taiwan vaccination policy and contribute to the slowdown of the pandemic in Taiwan. So let's give a warm welcome to Taiwan's great contributor, minister with portfolio, Audrey Tang. Thank you.
Good local time, everyone. I'm Audrey Tang, Taiwan's digital minister in charge of social innovation, open government, and youth engagement. It is my great pleasure to attend the 6th Taiwan-Indonesia Higher Education Virtual Forum and share with you some thoughts on globalization, on the new normal, and on digital transformation. And first, let's talk about globalization. The COVID-19 pandemic wreaked havoc around the globe in 2020 and 2021. Well, the coronavirus is likely to follow us well into 2022. People around the globe will keep looking to effective ways to cope with the shared challenges that we experience. Although it might seem frightening that borders no longer provide the kind of protection that we need to keep us safe in the physical world, we will see an explosion of opportunities in the digital world. Opportunities relating to the formation of a global neighborhood. As the erosion of the traditional concepts of countries, nations, and states accelerates in the digital world, the idea of neighborhoods based on shared values is flourishing. We have already seen examples in the past couple years, such as the hashtag Milk Tea Alliance. This is a collaboration of pro-democracy citizens that originated from a meme depicting many jurisdictions around East Asia holding up their respective popular drinks, such as Taiwanese bubble tea, in solidarity. Well, 2022 will see continued evolution toward a generation where distance is no longer measured in meters, but rather in terms of the experiences one shares in common with other people and other groups. Global neighborhoods will also bring changes to the ways norms are established. Indeed, we will find ourselves in a world where the establishment of social norms is no longer monopolized by governments or multilateral organizations. Decentralized, non-political, non-state actors will play critical roles in this. Taiwan's digital democracy can be seen as a precursor in this regard. On the country's online platform, join the gov.tw, anyone can file a petition. There's no need to be affiliated with any particular political party. Twice a month, petitions that gather 5,000 signatures are met with face-to-face collaborative meetings across related ministries to explore ways to incorporate them into policy making. And in this way, even those who are too young to vote, or the foreign immigrants, not citizens, they can nevertheless have a way to start a movement and set a social norm. Now, technology will be used even more widely to facilitate crowdsourced policy making. Governance models based on what I call people-public-private partnerships are said to be the key to government transformation. The creation of Taiwan's mask maps showed people early on in the pandemic when masks were available but scarce in stores. And meanwhile, SMS-based contact tracing and online vaccination appointment systems resulted from collaboration incorporating open data from social sector platforms, and our governmental department and private sector companies thrived. So with the rediscovery of those civic infrastructures on the digital realm, I think civic tech will unify opinions that are currently dispersed throughout society and transform them into a motivational force for creative policy making. And this will be even more important as we understand the need for our social, political, and economic strategies to adapt very frequently in response to ever-mutating viruses. An alliance forged between the government, the social sector, and the private sector will thus be in place to meet the diverse needs of the population in the shortest possible time. So in 2022, we will see a continued emphasis on swift and safe technologies to bring about such broad participation. And here, universities serve not only the basic functions of supporting academic research or talent cultivation, but also enhance this cultural awareness, serves the society to promote cross-sectoral sustainable development. Indeed, in the past 4 years, the Ministry of Education in Taiwan made tremendous contributions through its higher education cultivation project. While fulfilling social responsibility is one of its 4 major goals, the core values of the USR projects are the local connections and talent cultivation, which provides university with a citizen-oriented approach and a focus on assisting in solving societal challenges with humanistic concerns. So I'm really glad to see universities in Taiwan actively assisting in urban and rural education development, in enhancing regional and local contributions, and to innovate in terms of the industrial, cultural, and sustainable developments. On topics of shared global urgency, such as climate, pandemic, or the infodemic, I'm sure that allies of the same mind will step up and work together to build a resilient global neighborhood. Now let's talk about new normal. In this age of social media and flourishing online technologies, disinformation can spread like a biological virus. It goes viral. In pluralistic democracies such as Taiwan, disinformation poses a particularly complex challenge because anyone armed with a smartphone and basic editing tools can take part in its dissemination, and that truly defines the new normal for many people around the world. Prior to the pandemic, though, Taiwan had already been cited as the country most exposed to disinformation operations, aiming to destabilize our democracy, society, and governmental institutions in order, I guess, to impose a certain brand of authoritarianism. For example, during the anti-ELAB protests in Hong Kong, a trending message in 2019 made its rounds across Taiwan's social media landscape, attempting to portray the Hong Kong protesters as so-called rioters who allegedly were paid some $20 million to murder members of the police. That, of course, was a gross misrepresentation of the protesters' mission. However, the intention of the campaign was clear, is to lessen the influence of the anti-ELAB movement on the Taiwanese presidential election. Well, the message was actually trending early on Taiwanese social media because the citizens in Hong Kong would have easily seen through this veil of disinformation. So the message was not meant for a Hong Kong audience, but for a Taiwanese audience. According to Taiwan Fact Check Center, this piece of disinformation was traced back to a Weibo account named Chang'an Jian. They had created the original fabrication by misusing a Reuters photo, attempting to paint the image as a depiction of teenage protesters engaging in some violent activity simply over the purchase of some iPhones. And then the second-level remixers then built on the image by creating more supporting narratives. In Taiwan, we take a notice and public notice approach, so citizens who share the initial message soon discover the origin of the fabrication through fact-checking labels. And this successful attempt did counter that wave of viral disinformation by building immunities, vaccination of the mind. Taiwan faces such disinformation campaigns on a daily, indeed hourly basis, and this trend had been further exacerbated by the coronavirus pandemic as part of our new normal now. And indeed, as the pandemic swept across the globe, anxiety has stoked the flames of disinformation, and we have seen the challenges posed by pandemic-related disinformation, ultimately leading to the so-called infodemic, as the World Health Organization calls it. Again, in Taiwan, instead of using any top-down centralized initiatives to fight the ongoing infodemic, we employ a decentralized, citizen-centered approach. During the pandemic, we adopted what I call the fast, fair, and fun approach, and a humor over rumor tactic to combat coronavirus disinformation, which gives the public ample room to laugh at non-factual information. A fun example is that in Taiwan, we have a very cute dog, a Shiba Inu, the name is Zongchai, who translates all of the information published by the daily press conference of the Central Epidemic Command Center, or CECC. For example, for physical distancing, we have a picture that said, if you're outdoor, please keep 2 cute dogs away, and if you're indoors, keep 3 dogs away from one another. Or the very cute dog put a hand to its mouth and say, wear a mask to protect your own face against your own unwashed hands. And so, I believe such viral humor, not only to disseminate science, but also to neutralize and disarm disinformation, is fighting fire with fire, as it were. And the logic behind the strategy is very simple. Any approach that begins with governmental censorship faces extensive resistance, because in a pluralistic democracy, any communication from the state that looks like a takedown or a censorship is simply a political non-starter. And therefore, we need to think of innovative ways to outrun and outpace the conspiracy theorists and disinformation campaigns. Most disinformation is motivated by outrage, which is one of the most viral emotions. But outrage often leads to revenge, to discrimination, to the beginning of hate speech, rendering people's capacity for empathy null and void. And when people start sharing stories with mindless abandon, then we have the real problem of an infodemic on our hands. So because of this, as I mentioned, we need to vaccinate ourselves against this virus of the mind. We now realize that humor has a very high R value and has the capacity to spread even more dramatically than outrage, as proven quite effectively in Taiwan. So far, we have succeeded in containing the infodemic without censorship and without any pop-down takedowns. And personally, I believe a single piece of disinformation cannot get everybody enraged if people are competent in critical and creative thinking. It is just like biodiversity. It's harder to find a biological virus that can take hold if there is ample biodiversity in the ecosystem. And the same idea holds for democracy. So in Taiwan, in both basic and higher education, we put an emphasis on media competence, 媒体素养, instead of just media literacy or 媒体识读. This is a conscious choice, because in Mandarin, literacy or 识读 assumes that you're a reader or a viewer, a consumer of information, whereas competence or 素养 means you're a producer, a co-creator, a steward of information, data, and media. And the government of Taiwan has incorporated media competence into the basic training modules, not just for educators, but also for governmental and personnel in public service in a variety of ways. For example, the Ministry of Education established a Media Competence Education Promotion Committee, which convenes once every 4 months to review and formulate such policies. And we are putting efforts in building related core competencies among students. For example, the middle school students can and do fact check the 3 official candidates during their term and debate. This included their training instructions for educational and governmental personnel. Instead of a standard answer-based education system, we are now looking to incorporate more lifelong lessons in media production, in newsroom operations, such that the citizens can see themselves as contributors, not just consumers, to journalism. Compared to censorships and takedowns, I believe that this is a longer-lasting solution or vaccine to the ongoing disinformation crisis. Taiwan's resolve to combat the new normal of online disinformation stems from our grounding as one of Asia's most open societies. In addition, I would also say that Taiwan takes freedom of speech extremely seriously, regarding it as a right that cannot be traded in any shape or in any form. So even in the face of a global pandemic and infodemic, Taiwan ranked the 5th in the world and 1st in Asia in the most recent Freedom on the Net 2021 report, published by Freedom House in September. And I believe that the reason behind this achievement is our vibrant online landscape, supported by meaningful and affordable internet access, an independent judiciary that protects the expression, and the administration that has worked to make its system and policy rationale as transparent as possible to our researchers and citizens. So when it comes to disarm disinformation, again, we do not believe that a centralized and opaque approach is the reliable answer. To prevent its further dissemination, disinformation is verified and clarified through the people-public-private partnerships. We have established a governmental mechanism that offers immediate and effective clarification and neutral, independent third-party fact-checkers and media self-regulation mechanisms complete the pieces of this puzzle. Another example is the G0V or GovZero Civic Technologies Community. Its COFAX project invites citizens to engage in open collaboration and work together to identify disinformation, developing such as a line chatbot to offer real-time fact checks. Other mechanisms of the notice and public notice involves consultation by experts, such as the Taiwan Fact Check Center, which was accredited back in 2018 as a third-party fact-checker by the International Fact-Checking Network. In a sense, the new normal of disinformation is just a symptom of a larger disease. It's a result of a lack of trust among the people, but also between the governments and our citizens. And in Taiwan, we deeply embrace democracy, humanity, openness, and freedom of speech. With these core values, we can create a friendly environment for collective and connective intelligence and social innovation. So as researchers and educators, I believe we need to intensify our efforts in this partnership. Now that we know there is a way to augment the transparency in our communication and give our scientific knowledge a higher basic transmission rate. And now, digital transformation. What does digital transformation mean? Well, before the pandemic and the infodemic, many business leaders may answer this question by quoting the Olympic motto. Digital transformation is faster, higher, and stronger. But now, today, we should say, well, it's faster, higher, stronger, together, after the International Olympic Committee's decision to include together as an expression of unity. Indeed, the same motto applies to the field of digital transformation. In the past, to strive for faster, higher, and stronger tech, many countries did their utmost to offer the most advanced facilities, services, to develop the most cutting-edge technologies, and to nurture high-tech unicorns. But more and more, countries are discovering that digital governance policies and promotions are like the Olympic spirit. It's not just about nurturing medalists, but also about bringing citizens together. Our President, Dr. Tsai Ing-wen, announced the platform of Digital Nation Smart Island during her election campaign. And in 2017, our cabinet launched the Digital Nation and Innovative Economic Development Program. After her successful re-election, the plan was upgraded recently to Smart Taiwan 2030 this year, with the vision of a smart nation of innovation, inclusion, and sustainability by 2030. And this vision of Smart Taiwan 2030 reveals a renewed commitment for digital governance policy to be pluralistic and inclusive, with sustainable development at its goal. And this means that it is no longer the case that the government is just formulating policies from the top down, dictating new development paths for industries or directing people to new public services. But rather, we must be receptive to building ecosystems of people-public-private partnerships to address problems guided by the needs of our citizens. Well, some people may wonder how to cater to the needs of the members of the public in our diverse and also rapidly evolving society, and whether problems may arise as some issues are prioritized over others. But we just need to look back at the history of digital development. We can see that the internet was not created by a single organization, nor by a single country setting standards. It's actually by the citizens of the internet of all stripes, scattered around the world, working together to establish a network that connects people to each other. And on this shared system, the internet pioneers engaged in an iterative problem-solving process of inventing new protocols according to their own needs before gradually forming the Internet as we now know it. Of course, the Internet is now indispensable for social, economic, and political activity in every corner of the world, and it's still in a constant stage of evolution as the needs of the citizens change. And indeed, in a pluralistic society, citizens' needs are ever shifting, and regardless of whether governments are willing to address them well, there will always be people willing to tackle new problems with their own digital social innovations. So a smart national governance policy for digital transformation should not be designed to dominate or prohibit those civic tech attempts, but to find ways to align with them, which I believe is the first aspect of digital governance. It's about alignment. As I mentioned, when the pandemic struck last year, masks, the most essential personal protective equipment, were in short supply, and our government had to adopt a real name registration system for rationing out those masks. And everyone wanted to know where to buy them, and the mask map applications quickly appeared. Now, the government did not discourage such grassroots efforts, but instead we released the addresses of pharmacies selling masks and the real-time inventory, the number of masks they had in stock through open data, keeping the apps up to date every 30 seconds. And in less than a week, more than 100 different applications for mask availability were developed by citizens from all walks of life, with a wide range of configurations for use. For example, a chatbot on the messaging app Line. For example, voice assistance for the people with seeing difficulties. In other words, an alliance was forged between aligned parties, governments, civic technologists, and the pharmacists in the private sector. It allowed us to meet the diverse needs of the largest possible swath of the population in the shortest possible time. And this year, when Taiwan was hit by the wave of infections in May, the Central Epidemic Command Center issued a nationwide Level 3 alert. And this alert required contact information to be supplied when entering and leaving public venues to facilitate quick contact tracing and exposure notification should that be needed. However, the long queues for registration with pen and pencil or paper at each shop can be both time-consuming and also counterproductive in terms of virus prevention. Measures as the wait increases, well, these will make the exposure time in public longer, so people began discussing solutions. Many businesses introduced their own innovations for registration, and from these discussions and the apps developed by the private sector, the government was able to tell what was working and what was not. And the social sector, GovZero, again, contributed an SMS-based check-in system in the shortest possible time, in just 3 days. Now, the 1922 toll-free SMS system was not mandated by the central government. Purely through voluntary adoption, it soon became part of people's lives. GovZero's innovative design proved invaluable. Simply scan the QR code using the built-in camera in your smartphone. There's no app download required, and send a toll-free text message to 1922. Not only is this convenient, but it also addresses many of the concerns of the public. What if my phone doesn't have internet access? Well, a SMS will suffice. What if I don't have a mobile phone? Well, other people can check in on your behalf, or you can still choose to write your contact information down on paper. And with the SMS system, there's huge amount of data, 250 billion so far, being transmitted. Well, it is stored within the telecom company providing the phone service. It's not transmitted to any central database. And it can only be accessed by contact tracers. Anyone can request a full reverse audit of accesses to their own records, and the information is deleted after 28 days. So all these privacy and cybersecurity considerations are reflected in the second aspect of digital transformation, accountability. Accountability puts people's minds at ease as it inspires confidence that digital services will do what they say they will in ways that do not compromise the rights of the citizens. And that is precisely why personal data protection and cybersecurity are becoming increasingly important in digital transformation. And moreover, accountability proactively can ensure that improvements are made on a rolling basis as new challenges arise. For example, a judge found that evidence in a criminal investigation included some wiretap data from the 1922 SMS system and questioned its legality. Of course, he didn't sign the search warrant. And following such discussions, the Ministry of Justice concluded that the SMS check-ins does not constitute a communication and should not be accessed as per the Communication Security and Surveillance Act. So our mobile network operators and judicial authorities have now been preparing measures to rule out 1922 SMS from law enforcement or surveillance. So following this interpretation, specific measures have been taken by the telecom companies to preclude communication surveillance system from accessing any related data to contact tracing. So as a part of digital transformation strategy, I believe this sort of accountability is both, of course, to allay concerns and provide peace of mind, but it's also active in the sense that it makes the results of public-private partnerships an accountable reality. For example, our presidential hackathon, which is entering its fourth year, also serves as an opportunity for the public sector to give an account, to include the social and private sectors to work together and come up with innovative ways to use data across sectors so that we can solve the social and environmental problems together. Although this annual event of Presidential Hackathon does not offer prize money, the system designed by winning teams are assured government promotion. The team members are invited to be part of our government initiatives, and the assistance from the government is offered to find opportunities also for commercial application. And as Taiwan's digital minister, what digital transformation means foremost to me is stimulation of social innovation by increasing the connections between people through technology. In other words, the emphasis is on alignment and accountability, where good ideas are taken seriously and partners can be sought out to work together, establishing a virtuous cycle that leads to innovative, inclusive, and sustainable digital development. To put it in another way, only when citizens from different sectors, fields, and roles join forces can our digital development be faster, higher, and stronger together. To conclude, I would like to share with you my own job description about digital transformation when I joined the cabinet in 2016 as Taiwan's first digital minister. It goes like this. When we see Internet of Things, let's make it an Internet of Beings. When we see virtual reality, let's make it a shared reality. When we see machine learning, let's make it collaborative learning. When we see user experience, let's make it about human experience. And whenever we hear that a singularity is near, let us always remember the plurality is here. Thank you for listening. Live long and prosper.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for everyone. And I think you may have a lot of issues especially for the digital transformation. So I think in this conference, we can have a great opportunity to utilize the digital transformation and to discuss the application especially in the universities. So due to the time limit, I will close these sections and we will have about 15 minutes break. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Professor Tong Sing Vu, the President National Jinan University. It's a long talk, but we can, as closing to these sessions here, I would like to highlight that the information is given by the speakers, that we need to optimize collaborations between higher education and also the governments, involving a lot of multi-stakeholders from both sides, Taiwan, Indonesia. And also here in the beginning of the opening speech here, there is one highlight that we need to optimize also the youth as a generations for the future, that whatever happens here, we rely on how the future generations plays a role in solving the problems, especially in the disruptive area. Now, as we can see here next to me is our friend Ms. Hansi, also would like to be with us as a moderator for the next 2 days.
Yes, hi everyone. Thank you again, Professor Wu and Minister Tan. So now is time for us to take a 15-minute break until 11:10.
Bapak Ibu sekalian, saatnya untuk break selama kurang lebih 15 menit sampai 11 lebih 10 waktu Taiwan atau 10 lebih 10 waktu Indonesia. Kami ingatkan sekali lagi, di dalam break mohon untuk mengklik link yang ada di dalam layar Bapak Ibu sekalian.
We would also like to remind everyone that in order to request a certificate for attendance for this conference, we have now displayed a QR code on the screen during the break. So please don't forget to scan this QR code in order to request a certificate of attendance.
Kode ini untuk dipersembahkan bagi peserta yang meminta sertifikat, mohon untuk mengisi kode yang sudah tersedia di dalam layar di depan Bapak Ibu sekalian. So I think that we are going to be right back after 15 minutes. Jadi jangan kemana-mana Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita akan kembali untuk di sesi berikutnya. Masih ada sesi sebelum makan siang, yang akan dimoderatori juga salah satu profesor terkenal yang ada di Taiwan. Oleh karena itu, stay tune, sampai jumpa lagi di jam 11 lebih 10. Terima kasih.
Thank you.
Hi, Rector Harry. Hi, nice to see you virtually.
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, waiting for your speech.
No, it's okay. I'm enjoying this session. And
Yeah, I see.
I'm inviting also the president of President University in Jakarta and also the founder. So I hope,
Hi. Yeah, nice see you. Yes, we look forward to our, bilateral collaboration in the near future in all different areas.
right. I think some of their professors are attending this
Okay,
session.
Good.
I just make an invitation this early morning.
Okay. Yes. I think for today, for the opening, we have roughly 200 participants, okay? Mostly, university rectors, vice rectors, or dean of international affairs, okay? Yeah.
So I met my best friend.
Hi, Harry. Yes, Harry.
Professor Harry.
Morning.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah. Nice to see you.
Harry used to work for TETO, right?
Right, yes.
You're still there? No, not yet. Not now, right?
Yeah.
Are you still working for the Ministry of Education in Indonesia?
No, at the moment.
No, not now, right? Okay. Hi, Amba. Nice to see you, Amba. Amba, you look so handsome with the mask. Hi. Yeah. Welcome you back to Taiwan when the border reopens. Okay. You have been to Taiwan, to Asia University, Rector Ashari also to Asia University. So welcome. Hi, interns there.
Just show up, sorry.
Oh, you did attend karate contest this morning, right?
I wish.
You are so unusual. Okay, as a scholar, also a sportsman. Very unusual.
Try to be, back to campus. I try to be, doing the things that one should do.
Oh, okay. But you are in very good shape. Very good shape. Okay. Yeah. If you don't tell other people your real age, we would think you are still in your early 30s.
No, seeing is deceiving.
Number, no, age is just a number.
Yeah, it's only numbers.
Just a number. Yes.
This day, I mean, I can run 10K without any problem.
Okay.
Wow.
Indian, could you guess how old am I?
You're better than me. You're older than me.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm approaching my 70s.
Oh, 70. Wow.
Yes. And the founder of Asia University keep telling me you can work until 90.
Yeah, I couldn't I could not agree more.
How about you, Rector Harry? You are early or late 20s?
No, it's still some late 19, I believe.
Late 19. Yeah, look very young.
late 90.
Yeah, thank you for your support and participation. Turned out to be a very successful, opening. Okay. Yeah, we have roughly 200 participants from both sides. And actually, the news will be released early tomorrow morning through our national newspapers.
Very good. Actually, I followed the DG speech. It was very good.
Yeah. Actually, he is quite a character. He almost self-educate. Okay, without going through the training of formal education.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, the COVID-19 situation in Taiwan is all under control?
I think it's over the past 2 weeks or 3 weeks, almost zero confirmed cases at home. Okay, we have several confirmed cases, but mostly imported. Okay, from the States, from India, from Indonesia, from Malaysia, some other countries. But at home, it's zero.
No, Indonesia is better now, you know.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, far better. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Merdeka, Balaja is a great policy.
Kampus Merdeka, yeah, that's the
very missionary. Yeah, very visionary. I'm sorry, visionary. Has a lot of vision, insight.
Yeah, that's
very good.
Director General Nizam mentioned this morning, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very good. Yeah, self-paced learning is something we should encourage our young people to do. Yeah, self-directed, self-regulated, or self-paced learning. Okay, and Taiwan is also moving in this direction too.
I see.
Yeah. So Indian, you just have one presentation early this morning.
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, actually I had cooperation with this National Chongqing University and CDC Taiwan, Central Disease Control.
Okay. Yeah, National Zhongxin University is quite close to Asia University, about 20 minutes of driving distance.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Rector S. Harry, I think you were too humble to request a congratulation video from Asia University when you celebrate your 61 anniversary.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were just too humble to make the request.
That's the same thing, yeah. 61.
61, yeah.
I think this month, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, older than you yourself. The university is older than you yourself. I think the speech is about to get started very soon. Yeah. So it'll be Rector S. Harris' speech, right?
Yeah, but after the president of NTUSD.
Yeah, I think I arrange you together because you have been working closely with that university.
Yeah.
Yeah, National Taiwan University of Science and Technology. Yeah, very good university.
With Asia University as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, hopefully next year I can visit Taiwan again,
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. I think so. I think probably meet some experts begin to predict probably like May next year should be okay.
May.
Okay. Yeah, May next year. But of course, there's no say. Obvious. It's so unpredictable. Yeah, never know. Yes. I also miss Indonesia too.
Yeah, you should visit Indonesia, more often.
Yeah. Especially, I miss your good people, good coffee.
Yeah, we need to get together again.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Inten, did you listen to Nizam's speech?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So
It
you
was
you,
very
you
good.
make it.
Yeah, with his traditional attire, right? I mean, that's,
Yeah. That's very traditional, right?
yeah, I don't know that's from which part of Indonesia. Tadi waktu Pak Dirjen itu siapa Pak tahu nggak dari?
So what's the symbol? What's the symbol of that? What
Itu
does it
baju
symbolize?
apa itu saya nggak ngerti.
I guess from Padang, Pak.
Oh, Padang.
Padang.
No. Jogja.
Jogja.
Not only Western, but also
From Jogja.
From Jogja.
Oh,
Jogja.
okay.
Padang and Jogja is quite far, you know.
Oh, okay. Imitating the style of the traditional king, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me check whether the speech is ready to get started or not.
Saya rasa masih ada waktu 5 menit break. Setelah ini kita akan melanjutkan untuk sesi feature speech yang pertama.
5 minutes. Still, Ingwe, we still have 5 minutes.
Yes?
Yeah, I heard that we still have 5 minutes.
Oh, 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we can only enjoy coffee virtually.
So how is the weather in Taiwan this day?
I think it's a little bit chilly, but still the temperature is around 22 Celsius. Okay, so it's very good.
Well, 20. I think
22.
Bandung is around 22. You know.
Oh, okay, 20 to 22,
Yeah.
but a little bit chilly with a little bit windy. Yeah.
Oh, I like the wind things. You know.
Yeah. But the best weather is always in central part of Taiwan, like in Taichung area. We have the best, the best weather.
The best weather.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of rain if you happen to live in Taipei. More rainy in Taipei. And more sunny in Kaohsiung. Taiwan is a very small island. From the north to the south, if you take the high-speed rail, only 90 minutes. But in terms of the weather, it's quite diversified.
So what is your high-speed train, 90 minutes? What will be the distance?
The distance, altogether, the distance is 400 kilometers.
Oh, that's quite the distance, 400.
Yeah, the island from the north to the south, yes.
That's just Bandung and Jakarta, Jakarta.
Yeah, about the same. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, I mean in terms of different in weather, Bandung, Jakarta. Jakarta is quite hot.
I see. You do have high-speed rail from Jakarta to Bandung, right?
It's coming.
Okay, I think okay, it's almost ready. Okay, I have to keep silent.
Welcome back from the break. So thank you for staying on this conference. Next up, we would like to introduce and welcome Professor Da-Chen Chen, who is the Vice President of Asia University. He will be the moderator for the next feature speech, the first session of feature speech. So welcome, Professor Chen. 欢迎亚洲大学陈大正副校长。
Baik Bapak Ibu sekalian, untuk mengingatkan sekali lagi bahwa setelah break ini akan ada beberapa feature speech. Salah satu feature speech yang pertama akan dimoderatori oleh Profesor Ta-Cheng Chen dari sebagai Vice President di Asia University.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all the respective representatives. My name is Ta-Cheng Chen, and I'm is with the moderators for these sections. This morning, in this section, we have two. He is University of, and the second one. As Harry, he is also the rector of Institute Technology Sepura November ITS from Indonesia. And let me introduce the speakers in order. The first speaker, President Yan, the president of NTUST and Taiwan Tech, in short. Okay, the Taiwan Tech is also the one of the best universities in Taiwan, and it is also with the highest foreign student density in Taiwan. In this section, President Yan will, I think he will share us their experience of the prevention measures and their way of online teaching and learning and their inventions. This morning, his speech title is "Coping with New Normal," and he is going to show the Taiwan Tech experience. Let me welcome President Yan. Okay, Professor Yan, please.
Thank you, Vice President Chen, for a very nice introduction. And I hope everyone can hear me. Also, yes. Thank Professor Nizam, Director General of Higher Education Indonesia, and President Tsai for the invitation, and I guess also Representative Cheng for help organizing this event. I guess we should probably switch to my slides. Okay, I'm not going to pretend that I'm an expert in digital learning or in remote teaching, especially after Minister Tang. But anyway, I'm going to share some of our experiences with you. I believe there are some unique experiences that we had that's probably beneficial to all of us. Let's go to the next slides. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just tell you a little bit of our unique experiences, and I believe it will be interesting to hear, and also some of our measures, and of course the main thing of how we proceed with our classes. And I guess for the university administration, it is most important to provide enough resources. So I'm going to talk about this. Probably some of the relative resources, I guess, for you guys who are also administrative to probably have not noticed the need. And of course, I'm also going to probably share some of our experiences in developing some of the tools. And I need to apologize in front that I prepared the slides starting a few months ago. So while I was collecting the materials, certainly I guess some material get left out, and I had it in Mandarin. Let me apologize for that for now. Let's go to the next slide. I guess we have some unique experiences. I guess if you guys are familiar with the Taiwanese situation, we started with a very serious pandemic alert since April 27th in this year. And if you notice, Taiwan Tech was on full alert starting April 16th. And how were we able to kind of perceive all these situations? The main problem is that was during the time of the Ramadan, I guess in Indonesia. But anyway, there is a infected pilot, cargo pilot, who attended the Grand Mosque Ramadan ceremony on the 16th. And I remember it was a Friday, and many of our students who are also very religious students went to attend the event. And that I remember it was a Friday night. I got a call from our Students Affairs office, and they told me that many of our students were there. So let's go to the next slide. We immediately issued certain measures. The measure was, first of all, we called all the students together, and I have to gather them in isolation. And I'm very grateful for the students because they all came back on their own, and we didn't need to call them up or anything. We just issued the request, and they all came. Of course, it sounded like it shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? But once with that, let's go to the next slide. So the government, we started the campus-wide cleaning and the campus-wide sterilization, and this goes on since then every morning. And we also have to sterilize all our student dorms. Let's go to the next slide. And the funny thing is that of course, the students are very nice. They just came. But during Ramadan, I guess most of our friends from Indonesia will know you cannot eat, right, during the daytime, which means we have to serve them food in a very weird hours from our point of view. Most of the students eat before 5, and then they probably can eat after 9 o'clock in the evening. So it is very hard for us to find food service. But anyway, we managed to overcome that. And during that same time, there is this, the campus was on full alert, and the students were already, very serious and very nervous. And added this last event when we have a student from India who I believe is very well connected. At that time, not many students or not many people have the access to get vaccinated. But somehow he got vaccinated, and he's got a very serious reaction, and it was so serious he called an ambulance. And if you imagine at the time when the entire university was full alert, and the students were all nervous, and then they see this ambulance came in, and of course they got this person or the students into ambulance and went away. And you can imagine how nervous is that many students, and they also actually called up Minister of Education and talked about it and say that we have infected the student, and that we secretly send them to the hospital in an ambulance. But actually, the university didn't know. Only when we only know after they already talked to the Minister of Education. So it was such a big mess. Let's go to the next slide. And why do I want to talk about this? Because the university is also in charge of. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, we're also in charge of the TVE Joint College Entrance Exam. This is the exam that all the professional school, university, vocational education student comes in. So we are in charge of the exam. We provide a lot of spaces, exam space for the exam, and that was on May 1st. So you can imagine the university was under a lot of pressure, and we were under direct command from Ministry of Education to go into full remote class. So let's go to the next slide. And so it wasn't like we know how to prevent. We know that the pandemic is going to spread, and we know we need to go into full alert. It's just because we have all these sequence of events. So let's go into the real stuff I'm going to share today. Let's go to the next 2 slides. Okay. First of all, the remote class. Like I said, we started going to remote class since April 6th, the week after April 16th. So it's like somewhere around April 20 something. So well ahead of any university, or well ahead of any university in Taiwan. And what we provided for the remote class is we have WebEx licenses. We have 1,000 licenses, so it's actually plenty of licenses for all the classes. And we require the professor, if they cannot, they don't want to do it online, they will have to record it. So we also have EverCam license as long as you want to apply for the license. And then we have full function of Moodle, which recorded all the class materials, and the students can access everything online. They can hand in their homeworks online. And also we have a recording studio. If the professor wanted to be very vivid on their class, or they want to be serious, they can use the recording studio to record their class materials. We also provide TEA to help with online class shooting. Next slide. I guess after we go into full remote class, the results came in, and we started to notice that there were good things and bad things happening. The good things is that we were well ahead of everyone. So when the country goes into pandemic alert, we are not too serious, and we're not too nervous because the university is already, or the campus is already closed down. So we have pretty much a very safe, and we don't require students to travel, and we actually send most of the students home well beforehand. So the traveling wasn't a problem, but still we have many foreign students staying on our campus, and that's the part where we still need to be very careful. And like I said, we have campus cleaning every day. We have dormitory cleaning every day. But anyway, we have a good campus for that. But there are also issues. The teachers and the parents, especially parents, call up very often questioning about the teaching effectiveness. And that's the part where, because of the nationwide lockdown, is not really too much of a problem for them, but it's going to be a problem if we're going to continue with that. Of course, there's also this fairness of grading issue where remote exam, you can probably only issue choices instead of yes or no questions and choices. It's very hard to have the students submit written or deriving equations. So it's very hard for professors to believe that their grading is fair. Next slide. Also, I guess you wanted to see that was our experience. So let's look ahead and see what kind of hardware do we have to provide. Let's look next slides. First of all, let's look at the network issue. This is probably the core of the what we need to provide for online teaching. The university has wired network for 25 gigabyte limit for each IP, which is we impose this limit to allow the professors to for a fairer use for each professor, and also only 10 gigabyte for the working hour, and which For each IP, especially for the remote classes, this is actually plenty. And also, we have wireless network that allows 10 gigabyte per account per day. And so that is also fairly, actually pretty sufficient. And with the wire network structure, we have a backbone of core router L3 backbone for 1 gigabit per second backbone. And then we have L3 route, L2 switching router for 1 gigabit per second. And also we have L2 switching for the individual for 100 megabyte per second, 100 megabit per second. So if you look at our capacity, we have fairly sufficient bandwidth for all the classes. We have actually a few hundred classes going on at the same time. So, but after with this setup, I will say we didn't really have encountered too much problem with the bandwidth. And the only complaint from the professors are raised when they're using it at home, or the students are using it at home. So I guess we didn't really encounter too much problem from the university side. Next slide. So the traffic is very sufficient, and it's almost twice the need. We did estimated the need, and our network capacity is about twice the size that needed. And also we're also expanding our wireless capacity. We've already started installing 5G wireless in part of the campus. And if that part goes well, we're going to have more the campus-wide installation. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Okay, now if we look ahead, that was the hardware part of the of our preparation of what we provide. And let's look at the software part. Let's move on to the next slides. First of all, there are this issue of roll call, and many of our professors decided that they will ask the students to turn on their camera so that they know the students are there. But still, you know that they can probably they can be there and they can be doing something else. So the professors will take roll call now and then, so to make sure that students are paying attention. Of course, the professors invented different ways to make sure that the students are there and listening to the classes. And we also issue class tests to make sure that students are following the class. Next slides. Now, there's this issue of virtual exam, and like I said, I'm not an expert in this area. We know that there are tools for virtual exams, and I was hoping that probably in the future we may develop better tools for that. Next slides. And there are certain. This is something special I really wanted to share with you. During the late part of the pandemic, we held many online events. And this is one particular event I wanted to mention. Let's go to the next slide. It is more or less a metaverse event. Next slide. Yeah. So in this event, the participant actually has a digital twin for himself. You can get a skin. You can choose a skin for yourself, and also you can upload a picture of you, and the system will morph a digital twin for you. And then your digital twin goes into this sphere. And next slide. So when you go to your when you go into this sphere, you see this kind of virtual environment, and there are different booths that you can visit, and also there are classes and there are gatherings, and you can see not only yourself in there, you have your companions. And my apologies, I did record all the events, so you cannot see how the digital part of you are interacting with each other. but it was a very interesting event. And we saw the students going around and asking questions and participating in different events. And that was a very interesting experience for us. So that's the part where the events taking, and we already starting with Metaverse. Now let's go to the next slides. And we also started to establish simulation environments for virtual laboratories. Next slides. We have campus-wide MATLAB licenses. Of course, this may not be easy for all the universities because Taiwan Tech is mainly a technical and engineering university. So it's easy for me to justify spending the money for this kind of simulation tour. But I guess there are other simulation tours that can be useful. So we are also working on providing more licenses like probably ANSYS and other stuff. Next slides. Next slides. Okay, I apologize. The one before. Let's go back one. Yes, sorry for the Mandarin. This is the one I talked about that I forgot to. I didn't really. I had a new English version, but let me just explain what we're doing. What we did is we established a virtual lathe. With the virtual lathe, and we have force feedback, so the student can remotely operate the lathe, and there are instructions with VR with a virtual hand tool, and so the students, this hand tool is a lot less expensive than the real lathe. So, and then it's also very safe because when you're operating with a hand tool, it's not like you are really cutting materials, but instead you are cutting virtual materials. But you do have the feel with the hand wheel. So with that, it's less expensive, it's safe, and we can provide many sets of these tours to the students. So that's kind of a virtual, but it's kind of remote, but it's not really. You still need this kind of tours. And if you right picture, we provide instructions for all the processes. So the students can follow the instruction and go ahead with the entire cutting machining process. Next slide. So what we have now is we have this machine shop for the students, but because of the many students here, especially we are also providing undergraduate training for foreign universities. We have a lot of students, and they can come in and they can work on the machine, but as you can imagine, with all these students, it's very hard for everyone to get access. And also there will be safety issues, so we have to have technicians on the side. I guess most of the university have the similar issue and have the similar problem. And with the augmented reality aid, we can, instead of having this very serious working environment, we can have a lot less dangerous or a lot safer environment for the students, and they more or less get the right feeling. So that's the strength, and also, like I said, the setup is a lot less expensive and a lot safer. So we can provide this kind of experience for the students. Next slide. Okay, we are also developing virtual exhibition tour, so that this is one for an actual exhibition. But the funny thing is, like I said, if we wanted to hold online events, you can establish or you can build your own skin, and you have a digital self inside the fair, and you can go into the exhibition and look at, examine, interact with the exhibitors. So this is a funny part of our tool. Next slide. We also have some remote class projects. Next slides. we have this rapid scene exchange, and this helps you establish when you have a real thing, you can provide with the layout, and our tool will allow you to establish a virtual environment so that it's easy for you to build up an exhibition playground or exhibition fair, and with very real appearances. Next slide. And also we have these language interpreters. That's just for the students to write their apes, and you can see that we use a lot of these kind of tools to encourage students to develop their app, and that's all. You don't have to come in the class for this. Next slides. And the funny thing is, I guess if you want to look at this, we have this morphing technology, so that you can build your digital self, and you can upload your picture, and we can morph it into your digital self for you. Okay, so that's the kind of remote class. Next slide. Okay, now let's look ahead and see what we're going to be facing. And I guess I'm going to raise some issues for you to consider. Next slides. First of all, of course, the effective teaching, and especially the teacher-student interaction will be usually a problem. Like in our current case, when I'm talking over internet, especially when I'm showing videos, it's not like everybody can be talking at the same time. So duplex or multiplex will still be issue. Of course, this is not too much of a university problem. This is more of a technical problem for the information developers. So we're not going to worry too much about that. And also remote exam and remote roll call will be a problem. And I want also to share with you, when the class videos are ready, the professors didn't have to prepare the material every year. They can use their own material. So many professors will turn to a flip class, during which they may require students to look at the recorded video and probably work the homework and come to the remote classes to discuss or to ask questions. And for that, I estimated the students will spend probably twice as much time for each class. And at current situation, the professors are already asking a lot out of students. And when they're asking twice as much effort, I'm not sure how the student time are going to be distributed, or how are the professors going to share their time. So I'm not sure this is going into a very smooth transition. Also, when you have blended online and the physical classes, that will also be a problem, because when a student go into a physical class and they have probably a online class coming up next, and then they have another physical class right after that, they will be staying on campus. But where are they going to be? Because they are not in class, and the classrooms are filled with other physical classes. So we ended up with twice as much classroom requirements. And that, I guess, many university has also experienced. Let's go to the next slides. So I guess I also running out of time. Yes, Taiwan Tech is ready to move toward the new normal of blended learning, but we still have many issues to consider. First of all, the resources allocation, the students' time, the teachers' time, the spaces, and then we also need to raise budgets for new hands-on, the virtual hands-on tours and simulation tours. Although they may be less expensive than the physical machines and physical equipments, but they will be in addition to what we already have. So this is what I'm sharing with you, and I hope that you guys are I'm willing to open up for discussion for everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, President Yan, for your excellent speech. I think in order to fight with the epidemic and keep teaching and learning uninterrupted, President Yan shared us with their ways of online learning and related measures, and especially they show their cutting-edge innovations using the AR, VR technology in teaching and remote learning. Okay, thank you much. And we have 5 minutes for Q&A. So all the representatives and ladies and gentlemen, do you have any question for President Yan? Any comments?
No, I guess everybody probably went through similar experiences. So I'm not sure, probably some of you may have better solutions than mine.
Okay, Taiwan Tech, they do very well in the AR VR technology in their teaching and remote learning, while students and teachers cannot come to the campus, so they can use in the online learning and teaching to make the teaching and learning continuously. Okay, so I think if there is no any questions, maybe we have to move to the next speakers. Okay, we thank you, President Yan, again. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so the next speaker is the Professor Ayer Machamed H. Harry, and he is the Rector of Institute Technology Sepuluh November ITS, okay, from Indonesia. He received several remarkable awards, for example, the Innovation Awards, University's Alumni Achievement Award in 2020, and 500 Best Researchers of Indonesia from the Minister of Research and Technology, also in 2020, and Rector Inspirative in 2017. His expertise and research area contains the infrastructure of electricity, telecommunication, and the IoT for human resource development in the rural and the remote area. And so I think that's all. His expertise already included in his today's speech. His speech title is the Preparing Competent Human Resources for the Digital Era. So let's welcome rectors for your speech, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, Asia University.
Thank you. Yeah.
And also all the guests and the president of NTUST or Taiwan Tech, and all colleagues, all distinguished audience this morning. First of all, very good morning, and it's great honor for us, for me, to be here to take a part as a speaker during this prestigious event, yeah, the 6th Taiwan-Indonesia Higher Education Forum. Yeah. We have listened from President of Taiwan Tech the experience during the COVID pandemics facing us for the past 2 years. I think similar experience also in Indonesia. The first COVID-19 came to Indonesia in around March 2020. And then by this strike, all of us become surprising, and then we have to adapt, we have to change our university, our methods, our operation, etc. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share some of material that we could discuss together after this speech. So, let me share yang mana nih Pak? Window ya. Pause. Sudah nyala ini PowerPoint-nya.
Jadi pilih salah satu PowerPoint.
Oke. PowerPoint live ya. Still loading. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, so I would like to discuss or share experience about preparing competent human resources for the digital era, especially in ITS in Indonesia. So first of all, I would introduce ITS. ITS stands from Institute Teknologi 10 November. You can guess Institute of Technology, and the other one is 10 November. 10 November is a word in Bahasa Indonesia. It means 10 of November. 10 of November. So we can call 10 November Institute of Technology. Yeah. So the philosophy, why 10 of November? Because it was Heroes Day in Indonesia, especially in Surabaya. Surabaya, another part of Java Island, 800 kilometers from Jakarta, and the east part of Java Island. And that's why ITS, 10 November Institute of Technology, was established in 1960. That's why Professor Chen just now mentioned that ITS, we just have 61st anniversary. Okay, then at the moment we have 23,000 students with 15% of graduate. We have 1,000 faculty members, more than 110,000 alumni, and we have a main campus in Surabaya, around 185 hectares campus area. And this is the position at the moment in 2021. The position according to QS, we have a world rank at 751, in Asia Pacific 164. But according to Times Higher Education, ITS position in world ranks is 1,000 plus, in Asia 351. But again, according to Times Higher Education World Impact Ranks, ITS position is in 64th. It means the first place for Indonesia in terms of impact ranking. Impact ranking, we know that it measures the inline teaching, research, everything of the university according to Sustainable Development Goals. Okay, now this is still introduce the ITS, that our faculty members have internationally recognized, especially Professor Ahmad Jasidi. I think Professor Intan knows well about this college. He just got the Order of Rising Sun award from Japanese government 2021, and the other one is here's myself here. I got the Innovation Award from Curtin University, Australia. And okay, so okay, and the next one. Here's the other faculty members from ITS that receive award from French government, Professor Ria Asih, and also Professor Agus Zainal Arifin received award from Foreign Minister of Japan in 2021 as well. Now we are talking about the entering a new era for all of us, for our university, for our higher education institution, especially here ITS. So, ladies and gentlemen, at the moment, if we count down and if we check that there are three main global challenges at the moment. The first one is global warming. This lead to living in green environment, decarbonization, many kind of policies, world policies, because of global warming. The second one, main global challenges of the world is industry revolution 4.0. Yeah, we know of, all of us know about that. And then the third one now is still going on, is a COVID-19 pandemics. So these three main global challenges change our society, our industry, our many kind of sectors of life. So like in society, this is typical in Indonesia. Traditionally, the transportation in probably 50 years ago is a bike, and then currently bicycle and car, and for the transportation container, etc. And the near future we can get a private drone, and also transportation by already going on now. And then because of the three main challenges just now, we can see that our industry also changed. We have to be aware about this because one of the purpose of the university is to provide human resources that will fill in the human resource in industry. So our industry changes. This is the conventional industry that could be based on natural resources, or services industry, or manufacturing industry. And then the new one, digital platform industry, also now is going on in our daily life. And all of this comes to digital economics. Digital economics means they use e-commerce, they use e-payment, no more cash or cashless, and then they also use electronic logistics. Now we are living in digital economics already here. And then because of those main three challenges, our employment also changed. Traditionally in agriculture, we can see hand tractors. Probably you may not be seen in Taiwan, but in Indonesia we still see many hand tractor. But now moving to a bigger machine, like in the slide. And also in industry, that also in Indonesia we still see many workers, like in cigarette work factory, like in shoes factory, textile. We can see so many workers over there, but now it's still going on, that our industry come to robotic workers, and also other employment it changed, yeah, like taxi drivers, everything, yeah. So again, we should consider this because we have to prepare human resource that matching with the technology and the condition today and the future. So when is this kind of technology be applied? I think there are 4 factors. If the technology is feasible, I mean in the economic side is feasible, infrastructure of the technology is ready, like they need 5G, etc., and the regulation is okay, human resources is enough, then it will be implemented. Yeah, so some of industry in Indonesia also has already implemented some robotic, especially for car manufacture, transportation manufacture, etc. And then how is in a condition in higher education? Higher education also changed. Yeah? In the past, we can see a very traditional classroom, and then currently with multimedia, with the technology, we can see a classroom like the president of Taiwan Tech just now mentioned it, already develop what do you call online classroom, etc. Yeah? And then, so what happened with the higher education? So we are now developing human resources that the condition is changing. So workplace. The workplace now already changed. Now the office, fixed office, become not familiar, not favorable, yeah, because now people prefer working in flexible place, anywhere, work from home. The other one, the time. Now we know that people prefer with flexible working time, anytime, including meeting using this online. And also the other requirement for workplace, anywhere we need internet connection. Now the second one, the change we have to change higher education institution, because the human resource that we develop now changes as well, like the work task. The work task, everything that traditionally we conduct, we do it in the office by paper, etc. But now everything is digitalized. That's why we can now work from home. And also because of a digitalized task, it needs shorter time to completion, but higher volume of tasks. That's why now we can handle 5, 6 meetings a day, yeah, without moving ourselves, without moving to other cities, etc. Or even we can more meetings with different countries like now. And also that's why now higher volume of tasks because of the digitalization. So because of this, again, workplace, work tasks, and talent. So the talent, it is mandatory, has digital literacy, and also capability in creativity, complex problem solving, etc. And then that's why we already know that there is an IQ, SQ, and EQ, but now I think we need some more, one more, digital. So we have 4 questions at the moment. Now, what shall be prepared for us, the higher education institution? So in ITS, we have a main program for us. The first one, to develop a future education ecosystem. So in the first block in the left hand, future education ecosystem. This including the smart classroom, laboratory, online, etc. Exactly, I think match with the president of Taiwan Tech just now mentioned it. And the second one, the university, we have to prepare for innovation center instead of research center. So research center, as we know, we work for technology readiness level or TRLs between around 5, and then innovation center works for around 6 to 9. So it produces from a technology or products from zero until ready to go to the market. So this is a kind of program, a big program for a university. One, to develop a future education ecosystem. The second one, to contribute a high impact to the society, to the nation from research and innovation. So there are 2 types here. Now in ITS, we focus on learning and research in 3 types. The first one, technology-based industry. The second one, maritime. And the third one is health technology. So as we mentioned just now, we have to prepare an innovation center, or we call it a technopark. In ITS, we develop 4 clusters of technoparks. The first one is automotive. The second one is ICT robotic, maritime, and creative industry. This is a cluster of technoparks, or science technopark, or STP, that we develop inside the campus. Of course, we have to have a collaboration with industry, with a government, with media, etc. And then the innovation product of ITS from the Technopark. The first one is electric scooters. We call it GESIT, GESITS. There is a ITS over there, GESIT. This is a electric motor that now already manufactured by a company outside of the campus. Of course, we initiate the research, and then until TRL 9, and then a company take over to mass product, and then now we can buy in the market. And the photo over there, the president of Republic Indonesia, Mr. Joko Widodo, has a trial to drive this electric scooter. This is one of product that we launched from ITS, from a Technopark of ITS. The second one, because industrial revolution, more using artificial technology, and then we try to develop intelligent car, or we call it iCar. This is a driverless car. We can see Professor Nizam that this morning gave a speech for us. This car is for a shuttle in the campus, so the student can call the car by their mobile phone, and then come around to inside the campus without driver. So we have already produced the prototype and then use it for a student inside the campus. The other one, for autonomous one, because this is very interesting, we also developed intelligent boat. So we put artificial intelligence base to drive this boat, and then we can use it for rescue, for patrol, for sending logistic to small islands in Indonesia, that we have more than 17,000 islands in Indonesia. So without driver, so only logistic under a thunder, under many disruption is okay, because this only a logistic without human being inside. Yeah. Okay, so this is a kind of technopark that we built and then we developed. The other one is creative industry. So automotive. The second one is ICT, robotic, that we produce autonomous cars. The third one is creative design. So that train in Indonesia is designed by Technopark of ITS. Like in the picture there, in the display now, this is a design of train, exterior train Jakarta Surabaya, that still in the planning by the government. Also Jakarta Bandung, also the LRT that was operated in Lampung and in Jakarta. It was exteriorly designed by ITS team. Together with PT Inka. This is a company working for train manufacture, and also LPDP. This is the funding for the research. Yeah. The other one for creative industry that we already collaboration with Airlangga University. Yeah, I think Professor Nasih, the rector of Airlangga University, UNER, also joined with us. This is we can see in the right hand side there is a skull. So college in creative design try to what do you call, to translate from yang ini MRT, what do you call, for MRI, yeah, MRI, to translate into 3D, and then with augmented reality is put it in the patient, and then we can get we will know exactly the place that would be actioned by the doctor. So combination between creative design and augmented reality, and then we use it for medical purposes. So this is the other one of product by Technopark in ITS. And the other one, during the pandemic, like Mr. President Taiwan Tech just now, we have a panic, just strike of pandemic. And then in Surabaya, in Indonesia, we saw that the hospital was not ready yet. The hospital, even they don't have a mask, they don't have a marks, etc. So we are from higher education institution then try to help. Then within around 1 month, we developed a robot. We call it Raisa robot. This robot working to assist doctor and nurses in hospital, and to bring clothes, to bring the medical equipment, to bring everything. This robot comes to ICU, intensive care unit rooms, frequently, so the nurses and doctors can prevent the frequency to come the ICU rooms become not so frequent, and then this protect the transmission of COVID from patient to the doctor or to the nurses. Then at the moment, this robot already used in more than 17 hospitals in Indonesia, in 7 provinces, from Bali, East Java, Central Java, Yogyakarta, West Java, Jakarta, and also Lampung. And now we try to expand the production, another 50 more robots, and will be used in other hospitals in Indonesia. And okay, the other one is a screening tool we developed based on artificial intelligence. We can see here the Minister of Health in Indonesia check this screening tool based on artificial intelligence through the auxiliary suite order. And then during the COVID, we also develop oxygen concentrator that can produce the purity of 93%. Yeah. Also emergency ventilator, etc. So this is the what we have done, especially during the COVID pandemic. The other thing regarding the challenge of global main challenge just now, that IDS also developed the digital infrastructure, especially 5G and the next generations. Here is the other one, e-payment logistic. We use iCar, we use the iBoot for logistic. And this is the education innovation that we have done. I think all of us have our experience as well, like smart classroom. This is online classroom, similar to, I think, other university. And also smart laboratory. We developed 2 types of laboratory. The first one is IoT-based labs. It means that we have already the hardware in the campus, and then we put it IoT technology, so students can play around with this hardware located in campus, but they use control through the gadget. And then the other one is a simulator. Yeah. Activity during the pandemic still working, still running, but in online mode, like internationalization, community services. Some of us limited come to the site. Yeah. Also, here is the photo, the students' activity regarding to sustainable development goals for a remote area. And then I think that is the last of my presentation, and then I would like to thanks to all, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Rector Machamed Ashari, and for your excellent speech. From your speech, we learned ITS is doing your best to preparing students for the future after the pandemic and the required skills. Okay, and the ITS also applies the digital education infrastructure. Okay, like we do. including the smart classroom, laboratory for the blended learning. Also, you use a very good cutting edge and very creative innovations in the sustainability and human well-being issues. That's very make us have very deep make us very impressive. So because the time is very limited, so do you everybody have the question or some comments for the rector? Any question or comments?
Yes, can I ask a question?
President Yan, please.
Yes, Professor Achari, it's very nice to meet you again since the last time. And my apology, I wasn't able to look at the slides. Somehow my screen was blank. But anyway, you mentioned that you sent in your autonomous vehicle into campus already. Are there any regulation against autonomous vehicle on the street, or are there specific regulation for autonomous vehicle on campus?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. So the autonomous vehicle, in fact, the regulation is not ready yet. So we use this autonomous vehicle only for close location, especially inside the campus or some large office, large factories, kind of like that. Not working in the road. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Is there any question or suggestion to the Rector Ashari? Is there any questions? Okay, I think that the time is up because right now it's the dinner it's the lunch time, so I don't want to delay everybody's lunch time. So maybe that's us ending these sessions. Thank you very much for all the audience. Thank you very much, especially for the two speakers. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chen, for your moderation of the session. And also thank you especially to the two speakers. First, Professor Yan, for your lively examples on campus of the recent evolvement of your use of technology, as well as the real-life issues faced by COVID era.
Terima kasih Profesor Tia Hughes Yan dari National Taiwan University of Science and Technology dan Profesor Muhammad Ansari. Bapak Ibu sekalian, memang apa yang disampaikan oleh pembicara pertama dari Profesor Tia Hughes Yan, saya alami sendiri karena saya juga seorang mahasiswa dan di mana saya mengawali di tahun 2019 sebelum, saat dan pasca COVID. Jadi apa yang disampaikan oleh Profesor Hughes Yan ini benar-benar dialami oleh semua mahasiswa dan sangat bagus sekali example yang diberikan dari universitas yang ada di Taiwan ini. Semoga kita bisa mendapatkan pelajaran penting dari sampel yang ada di Taiwan.
Also, thank you so much, Professor Ashari, for bringing in such a global and regional vision in context of the current challenges that we face, not just COVID, but the need to transform digitally in this ecosystem and infrastructure.
Luar biasa sekali presentasi dari Profesor Muhammad Ansari, karena di sini juga saya sebagai selaku pribadi tadi sempat menanyakan kepada tim IT, apakah bisa di-sharekan itu PPT, karena ada banyak hal yang menarik untuk menjadi penelitian ke depannya tentang e-commerce, e-payment, applications, and so on, bagaimana peran mahasiswa, peran dosen, dan bagaimana mendapatkan impact kepada social responsibilities-nya.
So thank you all for attending the morning session. Now it's time for us to move to the lunch break, which will be from now until 12:10.
Oke, Bapak Ibu sekalian, saatnya kita akan break untuk isoma dan juga lunch. yang tentu saja di masing-masing Bapak Ibu sekalian di Indonesia. Dan kita akan kembali lagi untuk sesi berikutnya di jam 1:10 waktu Taiwan atau kurang lebih jam 12:10 waktu Indonesia bagian Barat.
Yes, and again, we will put up the QR code on the screen in case anyone wants to has missed scanning the QR code for the attendance certificate.
Jangan lupa Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk scan code bagi peserta yang sertifikat. Scan code. Jangan lupa mengisi data dirinya. Terima kasih, selamat menunaikan istirahatnya. Kita kembali lagi di jam 12:10 waktu Indonesia bagian Barat, Bapak Ibu sekalian.
Thank you.
Terima kasih.
上线了，开了。Yes. Just would like to remind everyone that the session will start in 2 minutes from now. Thank you.
Bapak Ibu sekalian, sebagai pengingat, dalam waktu 2 menit kita akan mulai sesi berikutnya.
Welcome back everyone from lunch. We hope everybody had a restful lunch. So next up, let's give a very warm welcome to Professor Ying-Hui Chen, who is the Dean of International College at Asia University. 让我们热烈地欢迎亚洲大学国际学院的陈英辉院长。
Selamat datang kembali di sesi feature speech yang kedua yang akan dipimpin oleh Profesor Ying-Hui Chen, Dean International College Asia University. Kami persilakan Profesor Ying-Hui Chen, Dean International College untuk mengambil tempat. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you. Distinguished rectors and vice rectors, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to present to you our two very prominent, distinguished educators, scholars, biology experts, as well as university presidents. Usually for my introduction, I don't need to read, but because both scholars, academic performance are so overwhelming and so far away from my area, so I have to do the reading myself. Our first speaker is Professor Min-Chi Hong Min-Chi Xiaozang, President of China Medical University Taiwan, named China Medical, but it's located in central part of Taiwan. He was Vice President for Basic Research and Professor and Chair of the Department of Molecular and Cellular Oncology. In other words, he's an oncologist, okay, an expert in cancer and cancer-related, issues. And at the University of Texas, MD Anderson Cancer Center, you can imagine one of the top, probably #1 cancer center in the whole world. Professor Hong obtained his PhD degree in molecular biology from Brandeis University, Massachusetts, the United States. And his areas of expertise lie in translational research, signaling transduction, targeted cancer therapy, immune checkpoint therapy, drug-resistant mechanism, which sound all Greek to me. His recent research effort has greatly contributed to understanding the biology of cancer and to developing combinational cancer therapies to overcome resistance. Professor Huang has published about 600 peer-reviewed articles. Imagine at least 20 to 30 articles a year, okay? Of which over 150 were published in journals with impact factor 10 or above, high impact factor. His lifetime edge index reaches to 154 in Google Scholar. He's one of the members of selection committee for Tang Prize in biopharmaceutical science. Tang Prize is equivalent to Nobel Prize, okay, but it's funded in Taiwan. And founding editorial members for Cancer Cell. He also served as editor-in-chief to for American Journal of Cancer Research until now, and senior editor for Cancer Research, American Association for Cancer Research. Okay, Professor Hong was inducted as an academician of the Academia Sinica in Taiwan in the year 2002, and as a fellow in Biological Science section, American Association for the Advancement of Science in the year 2010. In other words, by reading this long list of accomplishments, you recognize he's one of the top scientists in the whole world. And with this rich academic and administrative expertise, he is to address talent cultivation, innovation, and social responsibility of universities in the age of globalization and digital technology. For you to learn more about his, academic achievements, Professor Hong will say something for himself. Okay, so Professor Hong, President Hong, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dean Chen, especially for your introduction, which makes me feel a little bit embarrassed. But anyway, so I do appreciate your very, very kind introduction. And I should also say that I would like to take this opportunity to thank to our meeting organizer for me to have this opportunity to join this Taiwan-Indonesia Higher Education Virtual Forum. It's a great honor. So to start with, I would like to share with you that China Medical University, why I cannot push this one? Okay, China Medical University, as Dean Chen earlier introduced, that although the name is China Medical University, but it is located in the middle part of Taiwan. It's in Taichung City. And our university has tried very hard to globalization. Therefore, we have almost 160 partner universities around the world. Many of them we have formal signed agreement, collaboration agreement. Especially in Indonesia, as you see in this red box here, that we have two universities has our formal collaboration agreement with two universities in Indonesia. And we have almost 500 international students registered in our university from 37 countries. Among them, as I pointed out here, that currently there are 33 students from Indonesia in our university. And among the PhD students, currently our university has 15, the Indonesian PhD student at a different stage of study in our university. In addition to that, I would like to emphasize that next year, we have almost another 12 planned students coming to join our PhD program. So that meaning by next year, we almost double our PhD student in our program from Indonesia. So our university has a very active collaboration program with institutions from Indonesia. And I would also like to take this opportunity to really welcome all those institutions from Indonesia that after you know our university better through this conference, that we are welcome all students from Indonesia, from undergraduate, master student, or PhD student, and so on. I'm looking forward to open the collaboration. I should also say we try very, very, very hard to globalize that our university. So we set up, as I mentioned, we set up a lot of MOU with different kind of universities. So we have a lot of international collaboration, very, very active program with National University of Singapore, with the Southern University of Southern California in U.S., with the University of Zurich over in Switzerland, and University of Tokyo in Japan, and MD Anderson Cancer Center. That's where I was served for 30 years before I joined the China Medical University in Taiwan that is located in Houston. We have very active ongoing collaboration program. And I should emphasize that with our institution for the collaboration institution from Indonesia, this is the Erlangga University Hospital. We last year has an active program to discuss with the Erlangga University Hospital, try to initiate a clinical trial collaboration using the herbal medicine to treat with the COVID-19. This project has been discussed for quite a few months, but recently it's become much more mature because we have recently identified a specific formulation which seems to work very well, which I will show data later, that for the anti-COVID-19. And at the time when our protocol was completed and has IRB, our institutional IRB approved for clinical trial in Taiwan, but at that time, fortunately or unfortunately, that Taiwan don't really have a patient to enroll in clinical trial because, as you probably know, the COVID-19 prevention control in Taiwan was actually is an exemplar. That means we're doing it very well. So we wish we could do clinical trial in Taiwan, but unfortunately we couldn't. However, the IRB has been approved. And so we continue to talk to Erlangga University Hospital for initiating trial. We also talked to another hospital in Singapore too. So here is data I would like to share with you that, as you can see here, that my colleague from Indonesia, you may not be able to see this, you probably do not understand this Chinese character, but that's the one I want to share with you. That's a so-called this Kangguan recipe. That with this Kangguan recipe was from herbal medicine, which was a very mild medicine that one can just like drink tea. So here is the data. We show that their activity to be able to inhibit infection efficiency of SARS-CoV-2, not only the wild type. When I say wild type, meaning the original virus from Wuhan, China. But later on, remember now we have a variant of concern that the alpha strain, beta strain, gamma strain, and more recently, Delta variant. So this recipe, we have been spend a lot of time and try to do different kind of combination. And this is the one we identify that can actually suppress all 4 variants. And so, and this one has been in the laboratory extension of data, and in Taiwan, IRB already approved, and it's ready for clinical trial. But unfortunately, Taiwan don't have a patient. So we are currently talking to Erlangga University Hospital. However, if there are other universities over in Indonesia who are interested for this type of collaboration, we will be able to discuss for the possible collaboration. This cannot move. Okay, so we are lucky last year. We just moved into a new campus, so-called the Straight-Line campus, new campus. And as this year, we have a 16.54 hectares. In Chinese, is 16.5公顷. Okay, so our space actually almost 2.5 times of our original campus space. So we are very excited about that. And last year, the first 3 buildings was formally completed as shown here. And this is our new campus. In the coming 5 years, we have another 10 buildings which we're going to be located in this new campus since we have enough space. And here I would like to share with you that a very exciting story that is on this left bottom side. This particular building looks very, very pretty building. Among these 3 buildings, this building was recently received a French Novum Design Award. And don't think this building is the building my office located. No, This is the building that we designed for student dormitory, and we are so happy that our student dormitory building was to receive a Northern Design Award in France. And then that's reflected how, as a university, we care about our students because we want our students to live in the best environment. And because with the new campus, we have so much space that which is relatively easier that for us to build up a so-called smart university. I apologize for this very complicated smart university slide, and I'm not going to share with you, tell you everything, but what I tell you is, as I mentioned, in the coming 5 years or so, we have another almost 10 buildings total. So we actually have a lot of plan to make our new campus become a very, very real smart university. And here, I will just quickly say that we would like to have a smart environment. So, for example, a smart school safety management system and so on. So we have all those kind of stuff, and we were lucky because it's a new campus, new building. It is easier for us to do that. And here I just want to quickly say that all this new building in this new campus will be so-called smart building, which there will be have a label certification for green building and low carbon building to prevent from air pollution and also to help us to keep our environment. And currently, all three buildings we show here on the top of the floor, all they have those solar energy design. And let me just give you a simple example. Okay, so this is already ongoing in our building. This is our library, and this library is all designed very smart. Look at it. On the left-hand side, this is the entrance of our library. And currently, this library already have a face recognition program. So currently, our student and staff member and faculty who want to in and out this library, you don't have to use ID. Because you can use ID, but you don't need to because all those automatically recognize the face. And in the middle portion is to show you our electronic design that to have a self-service smart borrowing and returning system. So if you want to borrow a book or returning a book or borrowing equipment from the library and so on, everything is automatic. You don't need anybody there. So all these are automatic, smart way to design. On the right-hand side, this is our library study area. Each study area, you can use electronic from your iPhone to reserve specific time and a specific spot that you for students want to come to study. So this is just an example. So because it is a new campus, a new building, it's relatively speaking, it's easier for us to design that. So in the coming years, all those buildings, all this program that all will be electronic design, and so that's why we call it smart campus. So with that we all notice that the COVID-19 has make our lecture or conference like today, for example, instead of face-to-face, that we all use the virtual online. However, having said that, it's not necessary to be bad because the online conference or online classroom or online lecture has its own characteristic and advantage. So as you know, on the list on the right-hand side here now, so go for educational innovation. We from this electronic version that we can design different way compared to the classical education system, such as the curriculum, pedagogy, and the assessment, and those kind of stuff will be revolutionized. So we are in the stage that we'll be able to do that. And having said that, I should also say this China Medical University is a relatively small size medical university because we are a medical university. We mainly focus on biomedical and life science education and research. So we actually established quite a few very strong world-class research center as listed here from life science, biomedical science, and also in the clinical side. And just share with you that our effort in the last 10 years or so, that just by purely peer review publication, in 10 years, we are increased more than tenfold. So from 1,700 publication in 10 years ago, and but now up to now 3,600 publication. In addition to the number of publication, we are almost more than double, that we actually also pay attention to our quality of publication. And in the next slide, I will share with you that the high impact publication, again, I don't want to argue with, on how you define the high impact. There are many ways for qualification evaluation. But if I just randomly use the impact factor as an example, if I pick up the impact factor greater than 10 and publication, so in this 10 year, we are from 18 increased to 57, and that's last year. This year, we increased even more, especially the recent year, our high impact publication actually increased very quickly, 3 to 4 times, okay? So that's just share with you that our effort, and here is a snapshot of our high impact publication in these 3 years. We have a few Nature paper, we have a few paper in Science, we have also a paper in Cell, and actually this Cell paper is in the cover of Cell. So just a snapshot to share with you that our effort try to promote our quality of research and publication. And in addition to the so-called high impact publication, this is a medical university. So here I want to share with you that we also care a lot about how to help patients. I use cancer as an example. In this Cancer Cell article, what I will share with you is as Dean Chen introduced me, that I have been working on the immunocheckpoint therapy. For those of you who are familiar with the cancer therapy, that you probably noticed that immunocheckpoint therapy, which received, let me see, my friend received Nobel Prize in 2018 on discovery of immunocheckpoint therapy. And now in the anti-cancer therapy, this is a very powerful and popular method, although it's not perfect, because you need to have the right way to identify the right patient to be treated the right drug. So here I want to show with you one specific example. In this case, case 11, this is the patient in our university hospital. Before treatment, you can see from the CT scan, there's a huge tumor here. But after immunotherapy, the tumor is gone. So this patient, up to now, he is still alive. And he's most likely cancer-free now. However, this patient, if you use their tumor to the immunohistochemistry staining, to looking for PD-L1 expression to justify whether he can be treated or not on this immunohistochemistry staining result, as you can see the green color, this is negative. Today, this patient will not be able to use the drug to treat because it's negative. But he was lucky because at the time when he was treatment, there's no diagnostic kit available. But today, there's a diagnostic kit. And that diagnostic kit, the definition, you had to be stain positive to be treated. But this patient was stain negative. However, when I say we developed in China Medical University a methodology, very simple methodology, to be able to move glycosylation of this slide. And then actually, this case 11, using our method to stain, you can see in the second slide here, that actually is positive. So essentially what I share with you is we develop a method to identify so-called false negative, because this patient respond to therapy. However, base diagnostic kit is negative. It should be positive. And then using our method, it's indeed positive. And currently, we have quite a few patients was happen this way. So we are working very hard, try to get this method to be able to approve by Taiwan FDA, and then that in the future, the right patient can be treated the right drug. So when I share with you that everybody is worried about COVID-19. COVID-19 has false negative. Cancer has false negative too. So scientifically that we need to develop an accurate method to identify right patient to be treated right drug. So talk about university that we all ranking, it's a I don't know how to say that, I don't like to talk about ranking, but look like as a university president, you have to be aware of the ranking. So there are a lot of different kind of world ranking, and ARWU, this is Shanghai Jiaoda, and Times Higher Education, and U.S. News Global University Ranking. These are probably three the major ranking university ranking. So what I want to share with you, China Medical University worked very hard in the last 10 years or so, actually for a long time now. So you can see that our ranking from the world ranking all steadily increased to to move forward. And in Taiwan, in the private university, we pretty much ranking #1 or #2. And here I want to say in the U.S. News Global University ranking that we actually not really move up, actually move down a little bit. And the reason is I think many people who have been paying attention to this world ranking probably noticed Taiwan in general, all the universities dropped for the ranking because by whatever reason. But however, U.S. News Global University ranking, in addition to the university ranking, they also have those specific subjects. And since we are a small medical university, so we actually care more about the subject ranking. So as you can see here in Taiwan, that there's every area we actually ranking in the #1 or #2. So, and then if you go to Google, and for example, this cell biology, you go to Google and you put the U.S. News Global University and then cell biology Taiwan, then it will come out this way. They will say that the best global university for cell biology in Taiwan is China Medical University. And the second one is the National Taiwan University. So I'm not saying every area is this way, but in certain area, in biomedical area, we're actually doing quite well. So this is another example. And here I just want to share with you, we care about education and our students actually perform very, very well. Mr. Huang, who actually recently received the College Student Research Creative Award from Ministry of Education. This is not an easy job because it's an undergraduate student and to compete for the Research Creativity Award. And the Miss Chen, a medical student who even better that received a scholarship from Ministry of Education with the 200,000 NT, which is equivalent to $7,200 for a student. This award, not too bad. And then we have every year we have the student receive this type of recognition. I just want to share with you that we do care about education. And this is the last slide that, as I mentioned, that in the coming 5 years or so, we will have 10 more buildings. And this is one of them that in the 29 campus with the medical museum. My friend, this looks like a toy, but it's not a toy. This is a huge building, which designed by Frank Gehry, a very, very well famous architect. He actually received a Pritzker Architecture Prize in 1989. He's a very he's a worldwide well-known architect. This one will be located in our campus 3 years later, and then it's a medical museum, and it looks like a toy because of the building. This is a huge building, okay? The building, the outside are built up by metal, and the idea is so this metal will reflect the weather of the same day, so that it was at a different day, this environment would like to give you a different kind of picture. So it's a building, but it's like an art too. So in the future, in the coming few years, when it's ready, that welcome all of you to come to Taichung to visit our campus. So with that, I would thank you so much for your attention. And for those friends from Indonesia, I would like to say welcome to Taiwan, either physically here or at least online. And today in US, since I was in US 40 years before I came back to Taiwan. So it is a Thanksgiving Day. So I just say happy Thanksgiving to everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay, we thank President Hong for his excellent and inspiring speech, and also for his very innovative introduction to China Medical University. And as he put it, actually China Medical University is at least top 3 universities in all areas in Taiwan, okay? If not top 1, at least top 3. And China Medical, especially, you know, concentrate on medicine-related, pharmacy, dentist-related, you know, departments or disciplines. But the only one thing he didn't mention was actually Asia University and China Medical University. We are brothers. The chairman of the board of trustees of China Medical actually is the founder of Asia University. We are younger brother. So China Medical is our very respectful elderly brother. So dear distinguished guests, I think we have about 5 minutes for any questions you want to raise to President Hong. Any question from the floor?
Hey, Tin Chen.
Yes.
So, you know, my original plan is to try to mention Asia University. And I skipped that because then I realized this is there are more than 100 people on the line.
Okay.
So therefore, I don't mention that.
No worry.
So
yeah,
much.
it's understandable. No worry.
Yeah. No. Thank you so much for mentioning that. Yes, the Asian University and China American University, we are sister university. We have a lot of activity ongoing, actually.
Okay. Question from the floor. Yes. Any question?
If there's no question, I would like to raise my friend over in Indonesia. As I mentioned, this clinical trial is already talking to Erlangga University Hospital, and we have not finalized yet. But COVID-19 is a very serious event. This is not only a specific country. It's a huge disaster for human beings. So if any one of you that in your country, you know any specific hospital who might have a need, and then who could provide a patient to collaborate, so that because the medicine we develop is very mild, that you don't have to worry about toxicity and so on. And so, but anyway, so this being IRB approved, we are looking forward to the collaboration with any hospital over in Indonesia, because Taiwan, we virtually impossible for us to do the trial here because we don't have patient.
Okay, thank you for this announcement and promotion too. Okay, any question from the floor? We have about 150 audience. Any?
By the way, just curious, how many are from Indonesia? How many are from Taiwan? You know that?
I think at least 50%. 50%.
Oh, okay. 50,
okay. Yeah. Anyone raise the question? No? Okay, if you have no question at the moment, we just wait until the second speaker. Our next speaker for the session is Professor Intan Ahmad, a very distinguished professor at the School of Life Sciences at ITB. ITB, like China Medical, even public, but one of the top university in Indonesia. And he's a renowned entomologist, study the insects, okay, the insects. So he also has some, collaboration with a National Zhongxin University in terms of joint research. And Professor Intan obtained his PhD in entomology from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign in the United States. And actually, he has published more than 50 academic articles, okay? Not as many as 600 as, President Hong, but at least 50, more than 50 very influential academic articles. And in addition to his academic merits, he's also a superb administrator. You might know that he was the dean of the School of Science and Technology, also the dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences at ITB. And after that, he was the Director General of Learning and Student Affairs at the Ministry of Education, Research and Technology, Indonesia. And what is so unusual about Professor Intan, he holds a black belt in karate. Okay. He did join several, national sports week, winning gold medal and silver medal. Okay, this is very unique for a scholar, because when you think about a scholar, it's always very, how to put it, very gentle, very physically not very robust, not very strong. But Professor Intan, even though he's in his 50s, but look like in his 30s, okay, in his 30s. And he's going to talk about talent cultivation and the role of academic leaders in its implementation, the Indonesian perspective. By the way, I have to say great thanks to Professor Intan, because a lot of my good connection with Indonesian leaders all come from Professor Inten, also a good friend. Thank you. Now the floor is yours, Inten.
Thank you, Dean Chen, for very nice introduction. I kind of, you said early 50 or 60. I'm 60 already. Anyway, I'm trying to share my screen, but I still have a problem because we're still seeing screen from President Hang.
Did you help?
Okay, I think, is it under my control or?
We control this for you.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's very honor for me to be invited for this very prestigious forum, the 6th Taiwan-Indonesia Higher Education Virtual Forum. And I would like to talk a bit, it's how this talent cultivation is being, I would say, being developed in university in Indonesia. Next, please. Okay. This is to remind me and everyone, of course, that's not only because I'm a biologist, I learned evolution, and I many times I mentioned about this Charles Darwin, and he said that it is not the strongest of the species that survive, not the strongest, nor the most intelligent that survive. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. So by seeing this condition, I think we understand that the Indonesian the revolution industry has changed everything. The way we conduct our activity, the way we're doing business, everything has changed. And because it's the COVID-19, it has really accelerated the digital revolution. The same thing with this, this is, I would say, this is a kind of blessing in disguise, because at the same time we can do almost everything. In the past it was okay, but we should go to one place and they're doing some meeting and some other. But at this particular, because of COVID-19, in this what is called as the digital revolution has been accelerated in such a way. It's been mentioned by the previous speakers. And then because everything has changed, then we are in higher education has to see this thing as something this it's quite a challenge, because if we want to be relevant, that's meaning that we have to provide the program before okay, we have to provide a program that fit with the existing condition and prepare for the future. So this is university needs to get ready for a future where technology plays an important role. Next, please. Okay. As actually President Hang also mentioned about university, because he's the president of university. He knows very well about this, the competing goals of higher education. In Indonesia, it's very complicated because we got more than 4,500 universities. And then so many would like to be or want to be research university. But with this condition, then if you are academic leader, if you are a president, if you're a rector, if you're dean, head of department, well, we have to talk this over, whether we would like to cater everyone, that we cater the public sector, private sector, the parents. This is all the stakeholders. Of course, the student and parents would like to, well, my kids should be employable once they got their degree. And the public sector, private sector, they would like to have a well-trained labor force. Well-trained labor force. And this is very important in this time of industrial revolution. What kind of labor force that we have to, prepare? Because the program that we do today, there is no guarantee that 5 years from now, the program is still relevant. There is no guarantee. So I would like, I would like to say that it is important that we make a balance, and make a balance whether you would like to cater the need of mostly public sector or private sector. But at the same time, if you're a good university, then you have to do a good research, innovation, because it's good for the economy too. But university not only for economy, but of course also for the civic engagement. That's the beauty of university, not only for the economy, but also for civic engagement. But in this case, I would like to discuss about related to the economy. Next, please. Okay. On the left side, you can see the President of Indonesia. Actually, several days ago, he said that Indonesia need to have 9 million digital talents. 9 million, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. So it's, among others, based on the study by the World Bank, that by 2019 to 2030, Indonesia will have a digital talent shortage of at least 9 million people. That's a lot, I mean, if everyone expect the university would make a contribution in Indonesia with more than 4,500 university, we produce about 1 million university graduates per year, 1 million. But and then mostly, if you're talking about digital talents, mostly not in the field of IT. So in order to do that, the university, the government and private sector should work together. We cannot only from university produce the graduates without knowing what's going on in the private sector or in the government. For example, as mentioned by Director General Nizam this morning about the Campus Merdeka, that's the students are allowed or actually encouraged to spend 2 or 3 semesters outside university. So they got good understanding about what really going on. Otherwise, if one only stay in university, he or she would not have any ideas about what really needed when they finish their degree. So this is something that very important to be thought over by any academic leader, because we are talking about the new economy is defined by technology. New economy is defined by technology, and university again should provide students with the skill and literacy they need to thrive in it. Skill and literacy. But then again, this is not easy because, well, if you're talking about digital skill, so many universities in Indonesia actually not offering program related to technology or to digital. Next, please. Okay. This would be, I would spend some time with this slide that when it comes to digital talents as a new initiative, academic leaders, what I mean by academic leaders is rector or president, dean or head of department, they have to, sit together and discuss the challenge. Rector has to be able to, to make the dean and head of department able to convey the message to the faculty and to the student. Student is very important because I have some experience that when I ask the first or second year student, what are you going to do after you got your degree from this university? And then he said, well, I'll see what is going to happen later. So it will be very difficult or very hard for university if we try to teach student who doesn't want to or doesn't know what will be the future is. He doesn't have enough motivation. So that is the task of university president, dean, head of department, and faculty. And especially in the faculty, if you are teaching in the class, please spend some time, talk to your student, 5 minutes or 10 minutes, not the subject that you are teaching, but something else. So to give them some understanding about the world. So that's the way we do in university. But because we are talking about this new initiative to develop a digital talents, that should be carried out. So we need to know what is called the ecosystem outside university. We got the stakeholder from the government, from the industry, and from the company, and from other. So we need to talk with them. We need to talk with them to know what kind of skill is needed, what kind of skill. At the same time, when we got feedback to university, we discuss the situation, and then we designed or we develop a program that would suit the need of the society, the need of the government, the need of industry. At the same time, we can send our student, as mentioned by Director General Nizam this morning, to do the entrepreneurship up to 3 semesters. This is very good. Even though length of study would be longer, but it is okay. It is okay. The length study will be longer because the student will be able to get some, experience outside university. But this is another challenge that very, very difficult because, well, I was a director of university, I was a dean, I was head of department, and then will be very easy, quote unquote, for a university president to write a decree. This is my decree, please carry it out. But we are facing the faculty, because faculty is a highly independent-minded person. Then how to convince them is not easy, but I believe that every university president know how to deal with this faculty, how to convince them. This is a very good program, then we have to do it together. The second would be, we already have this traditional degree program. What will happen with this traditional degree program? We offer this traditional degree program every year. Even though I have noticed in some university, they could admit many university, but then again, it is when they got a degree, it is very difficult to get a job. So this is the things that makes the situation more complicated. We have had problem with the mismatch between education and employment, and here comes the Industrial Revolution 4.0. Here comes the need of digital talents. So we need to discuss inside the university, of course, with the help of our stakeholders, how to align this traditional degree program, with this new economy. So, of course, we need to reorient the curriculum, the program, but this has to be carried out. Otherwise, we will only be able to produce graduates, but it will be very difficult for them to get a job. And then it will be difficult for them to enter and thrive in the new economy. So another problem, because, okay, as I mentioned before in the beginning, that we teach students with something that might not be relevant when they got their degree. So we are developing necessary skill needed by stakeholders, but it is the existing necessary skill while also keeping up with the rapidly changing landscape of skill. So outside university, things change very rapidly, but university is a kind of conservative organization. It's very difficult to change, But if the university president, together with the deans, head of department, and faculty and student, have one goal, then the things would be would be possible to be carried out. Of course, this is not easy. It is not easy. There is no easy things to do in any university, because in university, as I mentioned, because before that, it is really a conservative organization, and to make a change, you need to be able to convince people to harm the change, to talk it over and over through everyone in university, through what is called you ask your faculty when they teach in the class, say something so they can convince student, the student can ask them and everything. So by this kind of thing, I believe the plan to develop digital skill is not really difficult. Next, please. Actually, I had before. I think I had another slide that I have to show before, please. Before. Yes. Actually, I was going to talk about this. I would expect that every university president, every academic leader understand the situation, that the world has changed. The world has changed. So because the world has changed, the higher education has to prepare the student for a career in the new economy. So we have to talk this with the student. If we talk with the student can understand, and then will be work very hard, harder than before, because they are talking about their future. This is the stake for their future. But then we have to talk with them. We talk to them because we need digital skill. Then we have to talk with them. Okay, I think next slide, please. Next. Okay, this is my last slide. I've been actually reminded. Actually, if we read some issue in higher education, please don't pay only to economy, but please also pay attention to the society and the world, because this is that's the real education. Has been said by Rabindranath Tagore about more than 100 years ago. The highest education is that which doesn't merely give us information, but makes our life in harmony with all existence. The same thing with Ki Hajar Dewantara, education pioneer of Indonesia. Whatever a person does, it should be beneficial for oneself, useful for the nation, and helpful for the humanity. And the last, from Ban Ki-moon, education is much more than an entry to the job market. It is the power. It is the power to shape a sustainable future and better world. I think that's my last slide. Thank you very much.
Professor Inten, for his timely, call for change in the university curriculum to prepare our students for the job market, to prepare our students for the constant change. Actually, change is the only constant in this age of digital technology. So, okay, we still have some more minutes for both speakers. You can raise question to both speakers. Okay, any question? We have now roughly 155 audience. So do you have any question for the two speakers? Yes. Question? Someone to raise the question? No? No question? Okay. Are you sure you have no question for these two speakers? Yes or no? Okay, if you have no question, the moderator of this session, I take the advantage to ask Professor Inten one question. Professor Intan, you was the so-called the Director General of Learning and Student Affairs. So I do believe you were responsible for all types of learning in Indonesian schools. What drawback or what resistance or obstacle you have found in Indonesian students? Because from our perspective, when Indonesian students come to Taiwan, they are all very devoted, hardworking. We have never encountered any lazy student in Taiwan from Indonesia. Is that the situation in Indonesia?
Well, thanks. Because talking about Indonesia, I would say that we got more than 4,500 universities. And then talking about quality, we got a diverse in quality. Some university, to be admitted a student is very, very difficult, very, very competitive. And then in those university, I think the student relatively, of course, very good. But in some university, the situation is different. Some of them just would like to, not many, just would like to get a degree, you know. But this day, because of, among other, the program from the government, government tried to convince everyone that the most important is, well, in addition to degree, the competency, the skill that you have, you know. Because if well, you can have a degree, but if you don't have the skill, then you will have any problem, right? And for student for those students that study abroad, of course, you know, it's I think it's happened to almost everyone that study abroad. They would work harder. Well, the same thing with me when I was in the US. You know, I would work very, very hard. Otherwise, I would be in deep trouble, right?
Okay. Thank you for the answer. I think, you know, I just, you know, turn the floor to our moderator. Okay. Thank you both for your excellent speech. Okay.
Thank you so much, Professor Chen, for your excellent moderation of this session. And we also want to thank, firstly, Professor Hong for your sharing of those advanced achievement in your research, as well as your forward-thinking way of building not just the student body, but a great environment for them through your building of the new campus.
Kami sampaikan kepada Prof. Chen yang sudah memimpin seksi feature speech yang kedua, dan juga pembicara Profesor Min Cheng Hung dari China Medical University atas lesson learn-nya terhadap proses pembelajaran di CMU.
Professor Intan, for your perspective from a stakeholder, as well as the thinking deeply about the future challenges and directions for academic and business world collaboration and how to educate the students in the future.
Terima kasih Profesor Intan Ahmad dari Institut Teknologi Bandung atas pemikirannya terutama terkait tentang stakeholder. Saya rasa Bapak Ibu sekalian sudah mendengarkan pentingnya kolaborasi stakeholder, tidak hanya dari higher education, tapi juga government, semua termasuk salah satunya adalah mahasiswa.
Now we are right on time to go into the next session. So the next session officially will start at 2:10. And the moderator for the next session is Professor Huicheng Ko, who is Vice President of Asia University. 呢是我们亚洲大学的柯慧珍副校长担任主持人。
Kita masih ada satu feature speech yang ketiga sebelum sampai kepada break yang berikutnya. Profesor Huicheng Ko dari Vice President Asia University akan memimpin diskusi feature speech yang ketiga. Terima kasih, selamat mendengarkan dan menyaksikan.
Okay. This Jenny Huicheng Ko. So I will chair this section. And dear Professor Jingyang Zhou. Okay. And Professor Dr. Muhammad Nash, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Siname Siyang, 大家午安. It's my great pleasure to chair this section. We will have two renowned speakers to share their expertise and wisdom regarding education innovation and talent cultivation in the age of globalization and digital technology. First, President Professor Jinyang Zhou will give the talk entitled on accelerating education innovation in the age of globalization and digital technology. Professor Zhou has been the president and chair professor of National Central University, Taiwan since February 2013. He has the Deputy Minister of National Science Council, Taiwan, from 2010 to February 2012. The Vice Chancellor, University System of Taiwan, from April 27 to January 2010. He also an outstanding researcher in logic and physical synthesis, design verification, and computer-aided design for low power. He has published more than 200 papers. He has appointed a fellow of IEEE and the president of the Chinese Institute of Electrical Engineering, 2019 to 2020. He has previously served as the president of the Taiwan Integrated Circuit Design Society. So let's welcome Professor Zhou to give the excellent talk.
Thanks, Chairwoman Professor Ke, kind introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jinyang Zhou. I'm the president of National Central University. It is my honor here to give a short talk at this session. The title of my talk is on accelerating education innovation in the age of globalization and digital technology. Before I get to the main topic, I'd like to briefly introduce our relationship with the universities in Indonesia and our global activities. As we can see, NCU has 14 partner universities in Indonesia with 11 exchange student programs and 5 double degree programs. This slide shows our partner universities located in different parts of Indonesia. There are 12 universities located in different parts of Java. The total number of Indonesia students at NCU is 188 currently. Their majors are quite diversified, including engineering, EECS, health science and technology, earth science, science, remote sensing, liberal arts, and management. We are very actively involved in many international cooperation research projects. As we can see from these slides, we cooperate with the university in different parts of the world, including North America, Europe, of course, Southeast Asia. So in Southeast Asia, we cooperate with the University of Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, Bangladesh, India, Vietnam, Singapore. According to the US News and World Report on the best global university, we are ranked as 87th place worldwide in the indicator ranking of international cooperation. And we are the #1 among all universities in Taiwan in terms of international collaboration. Now, let's get to the main topic. As we understand, university typically has 3 major missions, namely cultivation of talents, pursuing academic excellence, and enhancing the welfare of humankind. Of course, cultivation of talent should be the most important missions for university. However, is university degree essential to be successful in life? Look at Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, and Mark Zuckerberg. The answer might be not. All 3 did not finish their undergraduate study. The top talents might not have to get those degrees. Then, does university provide right training? According to some local survey, most university graduates regret having chosen wrong majors. Many media reported that a lot of highly educated people do not have appropriate jobs. In addition, many new technologies, such as AI, big data analysis, biotechnology, cloud computing, 5G, 6G, wireless communication, and etc., advanced so fast. What we teach now might not be useful in 20 years. Even worse, according to the opinion of Israel famous historian Professor Harari, without suitable education, many will become useless in the upcoming AI-prevailed era. Famous futurist Mike Walsh even said, algorithms are making economic inequality worse. So what or how should we teach our students to succeed in life? It is indeed very important to regain the value of the universities. Dr. Frederick Terman served as provost at Stanford University from 1955 to 1965. He is widely credited being the father of Silicon Valley in USA. Someone once asked Dr. Terman whether he wanted Stanford University to be a teaching institution or a research institution. He said, it should be a learning institution. Actually, the university should be a learning institution from students' perspective. However, traditional teaching approaches may not be suitable for students to learn the required capability to succeed in life. How to push the paradigm shift of learning becomes a big challenge for all universities. Stanford 2025 is a project to outline a future university should be. The aim is to create supportive learning environments that allow every learner to be prepared for life. Open Loop University allows students to have a lifetime of learning opportunity. Under purpose learning, students declare missions instead of majors and couple their disciplinary pursuit with the purpose that fuels it. PACE education provides a personalized, adaptive, calibrated learning and on access free skill development, including hard and soft skills, become the foundation. Therefore, many institutions to take some actions to accelerate education innovation based on those 4 strategies. For example, we at NCU re-emphasize the importance of general education to educate students with a better soft capability. Some important courses, such as History of the Change of Human Civilization and Introduction to Philosophy, Critical Thinking, General Psychology, Contemporary Political Analysis, The War of Law, Global Environmental Changes, and so on, which are all shown on this slide. So, curriculum reform must be done to train top talents with explorative, innovative, and problem-solving abilities. A framework for NCU's biomedical talent training is shown on these slides. We incorporate practical training systems. We consolidate required courses and expand explorative courses. We offer all English learning environment to connect with the world. And we also offer industry internship and 5-year dual degree. We also expand our flexible interdisciplinary academic system by taking student-oriented approaches and the issues-oriented approach. We break departmental barriers and we consolidate academic and research advantage. Therefore, we can enhance the students' versatile expertise. We can provide a self-directed learning environment, and we can also provide interdisciplinary programs. We also renovate 28 classrooms in different departments for innovative teachings, and more to come. In our ideal NCU, the students have free and comfortable space for discussion and innovative implementation. And also, this place provides teacher community to develop innovative teaching and also assist teachers to develop digital content. In our NCUX, a brand name of our online courses, we offer varieties of OCW, MOOCs, and course modules. To offer up-to-date courses, I like to emphasize some efforts on computer science, CS, and AI. In 2014, Stanford University initiated a so-called CS plus X joint major programs. This program allows students to major in computer science along with a humanity field like history, art, or classics. For example, CS plus English, CS plus music. However, this program ended in 2019 because most students still choose to double majors in CS and another area, or major CS and minor in another area, then choose a CS plus X joint major. But in another side, I'd like to talk about X plus CS. X plus CS allows students to major in another area and minor in CS. By aiding computational thinking, many advanced technology has been created, such as computational photography, to build up many innovative products using digital technologies. Similarly, in this AI prevail era, we want non-AI major students to learn the basic skill in AI and use the technology to their major application. So we provide basic courses in AI for freshmen and sophomore students. For example, the computer languages for AI, such as R, Scratch, Python. We also integrate coding skill into the calculus and basic physics. So actually, in total, in NCU, we have more than 400 classes with this kind of arrangement. Then we provide advanced AI courses of technology and applications for juniors and the seniors. And we even provide an interdisciplinary AI applications program in our general education. Also, we provide basic AI training courses for professors and students with a non-major to enable interdisciplinary research using AI on AI medicine, smart service, intelligent manufacturing, sustainability development, and precision education. And we call this X plus AI. Without complete control of robots and clones, destructions would be caused by new technologies such as AI, generic engineering, biotechnology, regenerative medicine, nanotechnology, and so on. So the very famous astronomer professors, Stephen Hawking, even once feared about the faster progress of AI technology might create superhuman beings. Therefore, human-centered AI is getting more attention. AI should augment human intelligence instead of replacing it. We need to care more about what AI should do instead of what AI can do. Besides the typical AI technology development, we need to add psychology, cognition, humanity, philosophy, and so on onto AI training. We also need to strengthen study on the impact to the humanity and society with the AI technology development. In particular, we have to set up the ethic, governance, and rule of law of AI. So I call this effort AI plus X. Let's talk about the second mission of the university on research side. After all, we will still face some severe threats, like climate change caused by over-emitting carbon dioxide and the greenhouse gases is a big and real threat of humankind. Climate activist Swedish teenager Greta Thunberg delivered a very powerful speech at the UN Climate Summit 2018. After Thunberg's speech at UN, student strikes took place every week somewhere in the world. So, based on the UN's Sustainable Development Goals for 2030, NCU addresses global issues on the principle of sustainability. Our main goal of R&D is to be a key problem solver for global issues with an eye on sustainable development. For example, we conduct sustainable environment research by using the UN's SDG together with the critical zone science. And we have established many research trends as shown on this slide. Finally, I'd like to talk about the third mission, enhancing the welfare of humankind. We all know inequality is getting worse in the capitalist society. That is why Korean TV series Squid Game is getting so popular on Netflix worldwide. Many people around the world have the same feeling about the inequality. In 2019, the Nobel Economics Prize went to Professor Duflo, Professor Banerjee, and Professor Kramer for their experimental approaches to alleviating global poverty. In NCU, we also hope to pursue academic excellence and in the same time to help solve the important issues our humankind faces. We establish university level of Office of Sustainable Development and Social Responsibility to connect with the local specialties, drive social practice, and enhance talent training across departments and disciplines. For example, in Taoyuan City, we address the local issues such as coastal algal reef and environmental protection, long-term care for chronic disease, drug rehabilitation, and substance abuse prevention, And we also do cultivating Hakka culture. To address global challenges and enhance global contribution. For example, we conduct Pacific greenhouse gases measurement project to contribute to research on global warming and climate change. We conduct Asia-Pacific Mercury Monitoring Partnership project to assist Vietnam, Thailand, and Indonesia in environmental monitoring. We conduct 7 Southeast Asian studies, so-called 7 Cs, to study atmospheric pollution in Southeast Asia with the NASA in USA and Vietnam and Thailand. Our famous alumnus, Dr. Li Guoding, a former MOEA minister, once said, technology innovation comes from talents, and the talents come from education. Then I would like to ask, what and how should we do to face those challenges and stress through education innovations? Thank you very much for your listening.
Okay. Thank you very much for Professor Joe. President Joe is very inspiring and touching talk in the mission of university, especially in innovative education, in curriculum, in teaching method, and also in interdisciplinary course design. And also the research in sustainable environment protection. Okay. And in the following, we will welcome Rector Professor Dr. Mohammed Nash. He is going to talk entitled Higher Education Support in Enhancing Talent Cultivation, Building Competitiveness in Globalization and Digital Technology Era. Professor Nash has been rector of University Erlangen since 2015. It's his second period of leadership. Throughout his tenure as rector, Professor Rector Nash has made several distinguished achievements, including leading University Erlangen to reach 465 of QS World University ranking and 110 of QS Asia University ranking and 400 to 600 of impact ranking by Times Higher Education. So he brings the University to an excellent level of and getting the highest score in the integrated drone development assessment and the highest score for the public information disclosure of 2022 by the Central Information Commission of the Republic of Indonesia. So it's an excellent achievement. Now, let's give a hearty welcome to Professor Nash.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ko, Moderator and Vice President Asia University, Taiwan. Good afternoon, everyone, and very warm greeting from University Erlangen for all of you First and foremost, I hope all of you are well. And it is great pleasure for me on behalf of Universitas Airlangga to meet great fellow from Taiwanese universities and all of you virtually today at the 6th Taiwan-Indonesia Higher Education Forum 2021. Thank you and appreciation to President Tai of Asia University for having me and for conducting this event. Actually, we have a difficult session, I think, because naturally after lunch we are sleepy. But I don't know. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, similar to Professor Intan from ITB and also Professor Jing Yan Yu, President of National Central University, I will share with you all about talent cultivation in UNAIR perspective. So if you have some question, please to Professor Chu directly, I think. Allow me to start the presentation by reminding us that it has been last 2 years with an ongoing COVID-19 pandemic that has caused a tremendous impact in almost all aspects of our life. This pandemic has also affected on how higher education conduct their education processes, research, innovation, and also community services. Despite of this global dynamic, the higher education sector needs to remain robust and relevant to its needs. With that notion of fulfilling stakeholders' demand in mind, as a leader of university and higher education institution, we comprehend that the demand in nature is never static. It constantly evolves, and that various factors, especially human needs, have color. Let us review this latest industrial revolution. Industrial Revolution 4.0 aims to fulfill sophisticated and complex human needs. Consequently, this shifts the use of human labor into machine resources. This, as a positive development, may bring a dysfunctional effect to human resources. Of course, this situation is inevitable and affects society, which we can see from the Society 5.0 concept. It aims to integrate virtual and physical space into one. And it emphasizes individual to possess the ability to be problem solver, have critical thinking, and creativity by utilizing the technology. Both Industry Revolution 4.0 and Society 5.0 have highlighted technology is a driving force. Distinguished participants, closely related to Industrial Revolution 4.0, the term digital transformation emerged. Dramatic improvement in technology allow automating an increasing number of tasks and occupations. For this reason, there is a widespread concern that new technologies might eliminate many jobs and cause unemployment. According to the World Economic Forum 2020, they forecasted what kind of job the world will need by 2025. 7K professional clusters appear to be emerging in tandem. On the one hand, this reflects the adoption of new technologies, giving rise to greater demand for green economy jobs, roles at the forefront of the data and artificial intelligence economy, and new roles in engineering, cloud computing, and product development. Emerging professions also reflect the continuing importance of having a critical thinking and analysis, complex problem solving, and self-management skills are among the top skill and skills group that global employer view as crucial. Here, we can say that some workers will benefit from the advancement of technology, while others will struggle to adapt the new environment and face job losses. Hence, our big question would be, what should universities do to cultivate talents and keep building competitiveness in globalization and digital technology era? Distinguished participation, with the rise of globalization, employability remains one of the primary goals for any education system, especially higher education system or higher education institution. Employability skills are not as narrowly prescribed and defined as in the past, and generally they are more service-oriented. According to UNESCO, employability refers to a wide range of attributes and competencies that enable the job seeker to gain and maintain employment, such as communication skills, logical, analytical, and problem-solving skills, personality and confidence and integrity, flexibility and adaptability, innovation and creativity, as well as team spirit and many other skills. It has become clear that the most important organizational asset, especially in knowledge-intensive organization, is the people. In a contemporary term, we highlight the importance of talent. In a nutshell, talent is individuals who have demonstrated the ability to be high performer and high potential, and who consequently will positively contribute to the organization. The rapid pace of technology development and deployment is staggering and dramatically affect the need for talent in the industry. Just as technological disruption has generally led to automation and the elimination of outdated jobs, it has also always created new jobs. An appropriate higher education system is critical for preparing a competent workforce. One of our jobs is to educate the leaders of tomorrow by improving their analytical and critical thinking. Higher education institutions are always playing catch up. Since nobody knows, the critical future hard skill will be cultivating and developing talent is the best action. As part of more extensive system, changes driven through the Industrial Revolution also affect how market expect from graduates. Higher education should equip students with the advanced knowledge, skill, and competencies they need throughout their professional lives. Universities should offer innovative curricula, teaching methods, and training programs that include broader employment-related skills and more specific skills to enhance graduates' employability and offer comprehensive support to the workforce more generally. Competency-based education is generally believed as an answer to societal changes. In particular, the professional environment has become more complex, dynamic, and knowledge-intensive. Moreover, higher education institutions should prepare their students and graduates to be well equipped for the profession. One of the ways in TOTS OBE or outcome-based education. By outcome, it means that graduates need to be skillful and ready for the job market, get jobs, and earn more than minimum wages. Universities need to posit themselves in creating high-quality workers. In supporting lifelong learning, universities need to keep the reskilling and upskilling initiatives. Universities can engage in program diversification and provide opportunities for lifelong learning through micro-credential program provision. Micro-credential programs include certification-based program available to be taken by anyone that offer relevant skill assessment as needed. And as a result, universities have developed initiatives to adapt their academic teaching to the industry's requirement to ensure that their graduates are the most employable and increase their competitiveness in the international education market. In Indonesia, public and private universities have to base their educational related activities on three pillars or three missions, not only two, but three missions. The first one is teaching and learning, and then research and innovation, and community services. These pillars or this mission are commonly embedded in universities' vision, mission, and strategies, cascaded and manufactured into faculties, department, and study program activities. In all, this reflects the university's philosophy as an educational institution. As Professor Riza mentioned, in early 2020, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, Nadiem Makarim, launched another policy dubbed Merdeka Belajar, Kampus Merdeka, or in short, Emancipated Learning or Independent Campus. Through emancipated learning, students are given opportunities to experience somewhat different approaches to traditional study modes. The existence of Merdeka Belajar and Kampus Merdeka are in general providing the breadth and depth of curricula to enable students to engage with their major and minor subjects through different approaches, including industrial engagement, internship, as well as taking subjects outside their courses in other academic settings. This emancipated learning helps students explore their experiences in connecting the theories and practices through various available mechanisms. Distinguished participants, allow me to share with you what has been done by Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya, Indonesia, in enhancing talent cultivation. In preparing graduates, Universitas Airlangga believes that we must consider the knowledge and scientific aspect. More importantly, we are keen to consider our student characteristic and labor market condition. Universities need to consider both demand and supply side approach to look comprehensively at factors affecting the employability rate of graduates. Fundamentally, Universitas Airlangga believes that there is a need to link between learning outcome and the profile of study program to define what kind of learning experiences for students. In other words, we need to conduct backward design to achieve students' learning outcomes and learning experiences. Curricula and courses offered to students need to be constructed and designed to achieve expected learning outcome (ELO). Delineate methods and mechanisms for delivery and assessment that can engage students and improve their participation in skills development. Universitas Airlangga, in its 5-year strategic plan for the period of 2021 to 2026, has emphasized contributing and signifying impact at local, national, and international levels. Through education development and cultural development, Universitas Airlangga expects to strengthen the nation culture and character. Moreover, Universitas Airlangga producing Universitas Airlangga has initiated program themes entitled SMR, as for Sustainable Education for All, and Community Services, A for Advancing Innovation, Enterprising and Industry Linkages, R for Response and Lean Management, and T for Topping Up Resource Utilization. Distinguished participants, allow me to share with you the 3 themes for SMART that support to this topic. The first thing I want to address is sustainable education for all, emphasizes on the improving graduates' relevance through strengthening value added and lifelong learning, and where the learning could be done anywhere, at any time, by anyone, throughout their lifetime. The appropriate initiative as an answer to be relevant issue is how to increase the relevance of at the global level through strengthening the added value and sustainability of education. Moreover, sustainability issues can be solved with a life learning program through the micro-credentials by facilitating lifelong learn for all students, alumni, society, and also industry players. In addition to that, Universitas Airlangga actively participates in supporting the MBKM, Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. Independent campus are participating, emancipating learning through various mechanisms, including creating an independent project, thematic community service program, and internship. By having the MBKM program abroad, Universitas Airlangga ready and able to adopt and to implement, it is expected that graduates will have a complete package of skill. And the second theme is meaningful research and community services. Focuses on how our research and community service can be meaningful and significantly impact the development of science and beneficial for the community. It is hoped that Universitas Airlangga can become a notable reference in the development of science and a problem solver for global issues. In community service, Universitas Airlangga has played an active role through community service activities at home and globally. Universitas Airlangga has established a world university downstreaming in health science, natural and life science, social humanities science, and also in engineering or engineering science. One way to increase UNAIR's competitiveness is by strengthening innovation by revitalizing the Center of Excellence to ensure innovation sustainability. Apart from supporting the university's capabilities, this will enhance the university's innovation research and pandemic and academic reputation. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, as a higher education institution, we need to consistently contribute to the development of nation and state that can increase added value, bring more significant impact through the optimal use of science and technology. We believe that cultivating talent is not a simple matter and cannot be done solely on our own. As higher education institution, we need to have a comprehensive perspective in ensuring that students are well equipped for the future, including technology literate. In doing that, we need to accelerate the cooperation through HEXA and HELIC dialogue involving academic, student, industry players, the community at large, NGOs, and government. Through this collaboration, we will build broader, robust, and more vigorous ecosystems for talent cultivation. We need to understand the whole context to establish a favorable ecosystem in improving student attainment and employability. Universitas Airlangga believes that diversifying our academic program and services and collaborating with various parties, including those attending this session, will enable us to cater to different needs, local, regional, and global, and prepare a better generation for a better world. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. We are very grateful to Professor and President Zhou and Professor and Rector Nash for their very inspiring talk and their wisdom experience in education innovation and also culture talent cultivation. Any question?
Yes, I have one question for Rector Nashi.
Okay.
Yeah, how inspiring, how nice, how lifting to hear, your excellent speech. Just a very short and simple question. You just mentioned Merdeka Belajar, a new policy proposed by your Minister of Education. I am wondering, as an educator, especially as a university rector, how would you comment on the policy? And did you experience any resistance from the part of the student or from the part of the student parents or your faculty? Thank you.
Merdeka Belajar mengenai apakah Bapak punya pengalaman
Okay, thank you. At first, I think to implement Merdeka Belajar and Campus Merdeka, we must facilitate all student and parent to support this program. And at the first one, we plan, and one of this is about sustainable education for all. This is our strategic theme to support this program, and we disseminate this program to all of our stakeholders, including student and parent also. So I think our difficulties in this program is how to support this by a budget, because to sign or to activities or to implement a program with example outreach, we need some of budget, and this is costly. So I think our kelemahan our challenge is how to budget or to support this program, included for costly on this budget. But in my experience, I think no one student or parent deny for this program, and this is a result of our dissemination of my program. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And any question? So, okay, may I have a question asked of President Joe?
Yeah.
President Joe, you mentioned about the AI plus X and X plus AI. So you were interdisciplinary curriculum design. So it's for the how many credits for the for AI?
Okay. Now I just want to push this into these two areas. I like the X plus AI, for example. I like all other professors and students in another area can use AI technology to enhance interdisciplinary research. So we push in this direction, but we didn't put any specific how many credits you should take.
Okay.
Yeah, right now still in the encouraging step. Okay. Then AI plus X is recently I saw this is very important. So next time when we apply for a major project in the AI area, we have to invite professors from management school or from the literature college as professors to join the teams. They can add some expertise in terms of psychology, cognition, humanity, and so on to make the AI technology development will be good for humankind.
Okay, so study from interdisciplinary research, right?
Right. And also, of course, in general education, we offer this interdisciplinary AI application programs that attract a lot of students to enroll in this kind of programs.
Okay, okay. Yeah, it's very Yeah, it's very inspiring. Yeah. Okay. And any other question? Okay. Now just a thumb up. So, okay, I hope everyone have enjoyable and fruitful time. And we are going to take a break. And thank you everyone for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Professor Hui Tenko, for leading the discussions for feature speech 3. I think there are some notes that we can take from feature speech 3. The first one is from the first speaker, Professor Jing Guangzhou, who mentioned sustainable environment and also mentioned interdisciplinary education system. This must be in line with what Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology has proposed about Campus Merdeka, in which the students have been equipped with the broader competencies. And also here, for the second speaker, Professor Muhammad Nasir from Universitas Erlangga has highlighted that Campus Merdeka also gives some motivations and then also driver for the universities to make alignment between the university goals and the learning outcomes and learning experience for the students. So that would be the end for the feature speech 3. Bapak Ibu sekalian, setelah kita mendengarkan pemaparan dari Profesor Yeng Jo dan Profesor Nasi, beberapa yang bisa kita highlight di sini. Yang pertama adalah kesamaan antar interdisciplinary education system dan kampus merdeka. Kemudian di second speaker juga meng-highlight tentang kampus merdeka ini sebagai pendorong untuk universitas membuat alignment atau kesesuaian antara capaian pembelajaran dan pengalaman pembelajaran. Oleh karena itu, sebelumnya kita akan menyampaikan bahwa setelah break, yaitu sekitar pukul 15.25 waktu Taiwan atau sekitar pukul 14.25 waktu Indonesia Barat, akan dimulai feature speech yang keempat yang akan dipimpin oleh Profesor Sian Xiong Cheng, Vice President Asia University. Namun sebelumnya kita akan break selama 15 menit antara jam 3.10 sampai jam 3.25. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short break for 15 minutes from 10 past 3 to 25 past 3. I hope that all of you still stay tuned in this 6th Taiwan-Indonesia Higher Education Virtual Forum 2021. Thank you, terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Feature Speech 4. And still, we have 2 sessions left before the end of the day. Feature Speech 4 is going to be led by Professor Xian Shong Tseng, Vice President, Asia University. And the panel discussions, what will be the peak of our meeting today on the 6th Taiwan-Indonesia Higher Education Virtual Forum 2021. That's going to be led by Professor Jeffrey Tsai, President, Asia University. Without overdue here, I would like to invite Professor Xian Shou Tseng, Vice President, ASEAN University, to have the seat to open the feature speech 4. Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita akan mulai feature speech yang keempat. Jangan tinggalkan forum kali ini karena masih ada panel discussions at the end of the day, di paling akhir, yang akan dipimpin oleh Presiden ASEAN University. Oleh karena itu, tetap selalu bersama kami di acara Virtual Forum 2021. So, without overdue, I would like to invite Professor Chong Tseng to start the features 4. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, Professor.
Can you hear me? Okay, so
yes.
Distinguished guests, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to be the chair of this featured keynote speech session. And in this session, we have invited 2 keynote speakers. One is the Professor Mingxian Chen from National Taiwan University, and the other is Professor Adol Haris from University Indonesia. First of all, I'd like to welcome all of you to participate this session online. And now let me briefly introduce the first speaker, Professor Mingxian Chen Mingxian 教授. Professor Chen received a PhD degree in Computer Information and Control Engineering from the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. And now he's the National Taiwan University Chair Professor and also Executive Vice President at National Taiwan University, responsible for research and academia affairs. Prior to this position, he was the Dean of the College of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science. He was a research staff member at IBM Watson Research Lab Research Center, and he was the president and the CEO of Institute for Information Industry, which is one of the biggest organizations for information technology in Taiwan. He also was the director of Research Center for Information Technology Innovation in the academic Seneca. His research interests include data mining, machine learning, and multimedia networking. And he has published more than 400 papers in his research areas. Dr. Chen received numerous awards for his research and teaching, inventions, and patent applications. He's a fellow of ACM, a fellow of IEEE, and also a fellow of Chinese Society for Management of Technology. Today, the title of his speech is to greet the new digital era after the pandemics. Now, let's welcome Professor Chen for his speech. Professor Chen, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Chen. Now I will start my talk. Okay, here we go. Good afternoon. This is Mingxian Chen. I'm an Executive Vice President of National Taiwan University. And I'm also a distinguished professor in EE department. It's my great honor to attend today's event. In our view, the COVID-19 has moved the digitalization of human activities forward by 30 years, all of a sudden. And as I say, I will share with you the actions we took due to the pandemic and also the lessons we learned. Here is the outline of my presentation. I will briefly introduce National Taiwan University to you, and then I will describe the actions we took due to the pandemic. After that, I will share with you the lessons we learned and looking forward. The motto of our university is integrity, diligence, fidelity, and compassion. Like many other universities, our missions include research, teaching, entrepreneurship, and also service. Here is the history of National Taiwan University. Our university started as Taiwan Hospital in 1895. Later, it became Taipei Hospital Medical Training Institute in 1897. In 1928, it became a university as Taihaku Imperial University. In 1945, it renamed to National Taiwan University till now. So if we counted from 1928, NTU will have its 100th anniversary in 2028. Our university has a very large campus. Our main campus is in Taipei. We also have Taipei campus and also Yunlin campus in the middle part of Taiwan. We have a huge experimental forest. So in total, the land size of NTU is about 86,000 acres, which accounts for 1% of total Taiwan land. So I'm not sure whether NTU is the best university in the world, but probably I would say NTU is the largest university in the world due to its land size. Currently, we have 32,000 students in total. Half of them are undergraduate students and half of them are graduate students. We have more master students than PhD students. Also, we have more male students than female students. Academics. We have 11 colleges. And actually, in old days, when I was a student here, we only have the first 6 colleges, which are College of Liberal Arts, College of Science, College of Social Science, College of Medicine, College of Engineering, and College of Bioresource and Agriculture. Later, we add another 5 colleges, including College of Management, Public Health, EECS, Law, and Life Science. We also have 56 departments and more than 130 graduate institutes. Besides, we have 1 international college, 3 professional schools, and more than 100 research centers. Rankings. According to different ranking, we may have different results. But anyhow, our ranking is around 50 to 100 worldwide. According to World University Ranking, we rank 68th. And according to THE, we rank 97. And we also rank around 20th in Asia. And our world reputation ranking is 40th in 2020. Here is the breakdown. According to World University Ranking, NTU ranked 40 in engineering and technology areas, which are the areas of College of Engineering and College of EECS. And we rank 62 in natural science, which are the areas of College of Science and College of Life Science, and so on. So as we can see from these slides, NTU rank in most areas around 50s to 100s worldwide. Now I will describe the actions we took due to the pandemic. In Taiwan, we have very diligent CDC, which has press conference almost every afternoon. Our university basically follows the guideline from Taiwan CDC from prevention and control of COVID-19. So we do have common actions taken by all administrative office and academics, including college and department. At the same time, we also noticed that individual administrative office made some changes, which I would say might not be able to quickly accomplish before, without a pandemic. Here are some common actions we took. First, e-administration has been widely implemented. We talked about that for a while, and we really do that extensively this time. And of course, much less paperwork, and also much fewer people involved in the routine process. We also have remote office. We allow some people, or even require them to work at home. These will be in line with some quarantine process. We also done a lot of regulation adjustment to make all the new operations legitimate. Now, let me report some selected accomplishments in individual offices. These are some examples from which we can have a feeling how each individual office react to the pandemic. First, Office of Academic Affairs. This office has been trying to promote online content and also online teaching for some time, for quite a while. And they indeed make a big advance these 2 years. During the pandemic, all courses are taught online. And the use of digital content in teaching becomes common, and the promotion of distance learning has become more natural. Our Office of Research and Development and also took this opportunity to organize research team to address emerging issues. They also scrutinize related IP rights quickly and accommodating new concepts in response to emergency, such as free license authorization. Our Office of General Affairs has done excellent job on campus control for preventing disease propagation. They also implement automatic car license plate recognition to allow authorized car enter the campus. In addition, they offer more online services, such as online touring the dormitory. These are to minimize unnecessary people contact. Our Office of Student Affairs, they spend quite an effort on taking care of students during the pandemic, physically and also psychologically. They also help the quarantine of students if so necessary. As a result, they have to hire more counselors because their workload increased quite a bit. Our Office of Financial Affairs also took this opportunity to strengthen their fundraising process, including to have more adequate website information and to simplify the transaction process and so on. Last but not the least, our Office of International Affairs, they done a lot of jobs to cope with the problems caused by the pandemic. Because of the border control during the pandemic, so our OIA, Office of International Affairs, they build more sophisticated and more friendly information system online to communicate with our international students with rich content. And they also employ social media marketing to improve their work. I will show you a couple of slides later. Here is the overseas admission website built by our OIA, Office of International Affairs. It offers a one-stop destination for admission information, making it much easier for new students. From the statistic we got, the number of views and also the average number of users every month to browse this website, we know this website has been widely used and considered very successful for its purpose. To help people know our university better, our OIA, Office of International Affairs, also made a lot of promotion videos, including the introduction to our universities and also the event for our open days, and also the introduction to each colleges. These are very interesting videos available in their website. This is a snapshot of the online information section, and from the website, they provide useful information to our students. Here is an example how we use information technology to help the planning of virtual open day. We have some promotion videos introducing our universities and also describing the admission consultation. We also have online info sections for student sharing. We also provide the virtual reality facilities for college tours. So this will make the students to quickly understand our university and without unnecessary people contact. So we do have lots of interesting and new stuff created by the need due to the pandemic. You are very much welcome to surf the website of OIA and provide us some feedbacks. You can search our OIA website or scan the barcode below, and then you will enter the page on the right, and you can play around, study from there. Yes, a lot of operations and activities have been revised and moved to online in the sense of urgency. This in general will lead to higher efficiency and more flexibility. Frankly, we have to say some of them could not be accomplished so promptly without the immediate need due to the pandemic. Anyway, as a result, we have new operations, new rules, then new format, a new focus of activities, and so on. Finally, we have new life. Next, let me share with you the lessons we learned and also looking forward. Lessons learned. First, this pandemic really pushed us, or I should say forced us to greet the new digital era. We really believe complete and reliable information system is a must, not something nice to have. In addition, more efforts on new information and networking technologies have to be spent, have to be invested. That will allow us to do these things much better. From another perspective, other than technology issues, we know that given the pandemic may revenge or even come back anytime, how to transform the connotation and format of our life is an important issue. Of course, lots of things have to be dealt with, including proper regulation adjustment we just briefly mentioned before, and also getting used to the new normal life psychologically. In the following, let me say slightly more on the technology part. As we just say, accessibility and also reliability of IT system is a must. In fact, in our university, promoting the current computing center to the office of computing, that is one level higher in administration, has been talked about for a while. And now it become much more natural to do that now. Also, our IT team has worked on enhancing hardware and software for several important platforms, including mobile, social, and the cloud. These are the foundation for our computing and applications. Moreover, we realize that it is important to fully equip our faculty members and students with the knowledge on new evolving technologies, including new AI, especially on deep learning and reinforcement learning. For this, we set up a couple of new research university-level research centers. Also, knowledge on security, authentication, big data are important. For this, we had a few new degree programs. On the other hand, we explore pioneering technology by carrying out related research projects. Examples are privacy-preserving data analysis. This is to address the concern of privacy leak due to data mining. Also, feature extraction from various social networks, so that we can have more reliable, resourceful, and effective social network. AR, VR, augmented reality, and virtual reality. I think their usefulness should be clear. And also, downside due to new technologies, issues like mental illness due to addiction to video games have to be explored. By and large, our overall goal is to have more intelligent campus, for which our vision is future campus life will be a proper hybrid of real and virtual, and also will be guided by AI plus HI, HI standing for human intelligence. That is also why we sometimes say AI implies augmented intelligence. We also understand that it is indeed an issue how far we should let AI go while keeping proper privacy and security. That is something we have to always keep in mind. Last, we want to point out that edge intelligence is of growing importance and will be more widely applied in the campus. Here is the slide on edge intelligence. Edge intelligence is meant to facilitate better human interactions. And we trust this is what our research community in Taiwan can help our industry. We will move from cloud AI to edge AI. Conclusion. In our view, as I say, COVID-19 has moved the digitalization of human activities forward by 30 years, all at once. And we are facing the new normal. And we believe a time of change is actually a time of opportunity, which is something we have to capture. Also, key factors to grasp the new paradigm shift include mobile, social, which is related to hybrid of virtual and real, metaverse, and so on, and also cloud. Last, we saw the moment right now that is recovering from the pandemic is actually a critical moment because digital divide may become even more severe if we do not respond well to the change caused by the pandemic. So let's take this opportunity to work together for a better future. With that, I conclude my talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chen, for your excellent speech. It is very informative and interesting. Okay, let's proceed to the next speech. So I would like to briefly introduce the next keynote speaker, Professor Abdul Harris. Professor Abdul Harris received a PhD degree in geography from the University of Kiel, Germany. He is now the Vice Rector for Research and Innovation, University Indonesia. He was in charge of a lot of big research projects in Indonesia. He was the Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science and the Chairman of Asian Science Team Society. Today, the title of his speech is Impact of Globalization, Digital Technology, and the New Normal to Higher Education System, University Indonesia's Perspective. Today, he's going to talk about how University Indonesia implement emancipated learning policy while improving performance to be world-class university. Let's welcome Professor Abdul Harris for his speech. Professor Abdul Harris, please.
Thank you, Professor Cheng. His Excellency Dr. Moon Chi-Leo, the Deputy of Ministry of Education Taiwan, Prof. Nizam, the Director General of Higher Education, Ministry of Education. Secondly, I would like to express my gratitude to be invited in this honorable session of the 6th Taiwan-Indonesia Higher Education Virtual Forum. In this speech, I would like to address briefly on the critical issue of higher education institutions are presently facing, and especially in the rapid change that occur in the era of globalization and digital technology. Then followed by a quick look at how Universitas Indonesia implements the emancipated learning policy, what we call Merdeka Belajar, Kampus Merdeka, to prepare the student face this shortcoming. The next, ladies and gentlemen, the globalization has different meaning to different scholars. In general, it conveys the meaning of transfer, adaptation, and the development of values, knowledge, technology, and behavioral norms across countries and societies in different parts of the world. UNDP in Human Development Report 1999 described the globalization as the increasing interdependency of the world inhabitants on an economics, technological, culture, as well as political level. Thus, globalization is creating opportunities for sharing knowledge, technology, social values, behavioral norms, and promoting development at different levels across different countries and cultures. Education is the key point to manage the challenge ahead in forthcoming and unprecedented social shift. With the rapid increase of automated and digitized and free job markets, compatibility of today's higher education system with future demand greatly decrease. Ladies and gentlemen, coupled with the COVID-19 and the new normal condition, the digital era escalates the student desire for more flexible mode of learning and access for the marginalized group. The demand for lifelong learning to facilitate individuals to access learning opportunities in different ways. For the different purpose, and at variety of career stage has by no means been this high. The need to build education model that reflect this change is imperative. An internship and hands-on project model where learning is driven by diverse experiences together with partnership model where institutions build relationship with external partners such as industries, NGO, and civil societies was proposed as one way of bridging the technological disruption and labor automatizations. The next, the COVID-19 pandemic has not only changed the way we learn, but the pandemic itself has also made us learn many things. We learn to build intimacy and affection with other people within physical interaction and face-to-face meeting limitations. Previously, the digital system was perceived negatively because it isolated humans into selfishness and apathy. This pandemic has proven that we can be in solidarity even though we are physically restricted, and we can still help each other. And the pandemics make us think about learning to encourage others. Higher education institutions are struggling to produce innovation to aid overcome the epidemic and breaking the infection chains. In Universitas Indonesia, we share our experiences that we already produce some products of this innovation include mapping the distribution of COVID-19, releasing economic recovery policy recommendation from the governments, and also involving students from health sciences cluster as supporting health workers. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation that challenged Universitas to prepare students to face this change in social, culture, working world, and rapid technological advance, like those mentioned earlier, was welcomed by the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology of Republic Indonesia. Thus, our government is introducing what we call Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. In English, we said emancipated learning policy. And Kampus Merdeka employs learning activities outside the tertiary institution that provide contextual fit experiences such as internship in industry, governmental institution, and other workplace, implementing community services project in village, teaching in academic unit or school, conducting entrepreneurial activities, or participating in humanitarian programs. In the emancipated learning policy, the credit unit is no longer defined as study hours, but rather than activities hours, as long as the activities outside the classroom provide benefit and added value as preparation for students in future career. The emancipated learning policy aims to encourage undergraduate students to master various fields of piece of knowledge and sciences that are useful for entering career life. It is a model of learning environment in higher education institutions that autonomous and flexible to create learning culture that is innovative, effective, and following the need of the student. In Indonesia, the duration of the study is undergraduate study program is average of each semester for 4 years. Before graduating, but after completing on the 5th semester, the student can now participate in the emancipated learning programs. Student has choice to take 1 semester or equivalent to 20 credit unit of studying outside the study program at the same university, and maximum of 2 semesters or equivalent to 40 credit unit of studying at the same study program at different universities. Learning in different study program at different universities and learning outside of the higher education institutions such as industries, companies, and NGO. Ladies and gentlemen, in Universitas Indonesia, in implementing the emancipated learning policy, include compiling internal rule, preparing a supporting academic system, and developing quality assurance of its implementations. And in addition, in February 2021, we launched what we call the Center for Independent Learning, in abbreviation CIL, which function as aggregator of various activities alternative for the student and also become as a marketplace for emancipated learning program and also as a database center at Universitas Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, for this one recent year, we are establishing a double degree and exchange program. Universitas Indonesia also successfully delegated more than 90 students to Indonesian International Student Mobility Award program. And many students take internship with work practice in various governments and industrial institutions. And our students also sent to various country locations to become educators in primary school. We also encourage students to be actively involved in research with lectures. And besides that, many students conduct independent projects. Not to forget, we also develop student entrepreneurship and various humanitarian activities. Ladies and gentlemen, with some of the challenges above, according to our analysis, the implementation of 3 semesters outside the class of emancipated learning policy need to be considered. Quality assurance standard, both implementation and competency achievements. Then also consider the achievement of learning outcome following what we call the outcome-based education approach in the curriculum. Not to forget, the readiness of the academic information also need to be guaranteed. The implementation of emancipated learning program also require reforming international regulation that are more flexible and prepare students to be better prepared to take part in various activities. Thus, we need to determine the pattern of application of diverse forms of learning activities that follow the characteristic of study program, according to the background of student, and of course also pay much attention to the curriculum structure that meet the national standard and international accreditation standards. And last, ladies and gentlemen, based on what we have described earlier, amid disruption and rapidly changing circumstances and COVID-19 pandemic, which has created many constraints and limitations, the emancipated learning policy seems able to answer the challenge of higher education institutions in Indonesia to produce graduates who are under advance of science and technology, the demand of the business and industrial world, as well as the dynamic of the society. The problem is how universities must adapt quickly to become more agile and flexible in terms of regulation, curriculum, and funding, so that emancipated learning program can be run smoothly and optimally. And I think this is what we present in this very honorable session. And I apologize that then we can expand our topic in discussion session. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Professor Abdul Harris, for your excellent speech. And I have learned a lot from your new strategy and the new policy. So right now is the time to open the discussion. Is there any question from the floor? Any question from the floor? I take the advantage of the modulator. I'd like to ask each speaker one question. So firstly, one question for Professor Chen. As you mentioned above, the virtual open day is a very interesting event. So as we all know, the hands-on experiment course is very important, especially for the engineering student. So during the pandemic, did National Taiwan University provide hands-on experiment online?
Okay, thanks for the question. Actually, the virtual open day means that we have a virtual first day for the new students to introduce their colleges, their facilities, and also introduce the whole National Taiwan Universities. As for the question about hands-on experience for, say, the chemical experiments, things like that, currently it's not easy to do that. So still, we have to have a physical lab, and that the participant enter the lab to handle the training. So that's one part currently not easy to be done with these kind of virtual reality. But as I think Professor Chen also knows that a lot of research have been conducted toward this direction. So the short answer is that these hands-on lab at this moment still need physical participation, but we are looking forward for someday we can do it online. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then I'd like to ask a question for Professor Harris. You have mentioned, the Center for Independent Learning, a Center for Independent Learning. I think this strategy is a very good approach. So as you may know, the collaborative learning is a very good strategy to enhance the student learning performance. So do you have any policy to force the student organize a team, a learning team? Therefore, the student can have the learning partner. So they can do the independent learning together, and they can do can get help from the collaborative learning. So how about this in your university?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. I think this is very interesting. We are facing the situation, mega disruption with the pandemic, and also there is any new regulation coming from the ministry that we have to implement what we call the Campus Merdeka, or what we call the emancipated learning programs. So that's why even actually we have a system, but mostly the system is doing independently. So we should make some policy how to integrate all the system that actually already works independently, and we have to increase what we call is something like hubs. I mean, this is something like the platform to facilitate the student in order to get the information, what kind of the course that will be proposed by the university, and also to give the information in which industry the student can take the internship, and also the student can take the international mobility. This is what we call actually as the aggregator. And the second function of the Center for Independent Learning is actually also as the data center. We have to document all activities the student in implementing the Campus Merdeka, Merdeka Belajar Campus Merdeka, because this is very important in the documentation of data. The achievement of the implementation of this Merdeka Belajar Campus Merdeka is to become the what we call KPI, key performance indicator that already mandated by the ministry to the university. So based on this achievement, the minister will give a reward, in financial support. And also that's why this is very important when we document it in the data center. This is the second function of the Center of for Independent Learning. And also this is to be a marketplace. Yeah, it already mentioned previously that this is something like information to all students to get the information in implementing what we call of 3 semester of campus. Yeah. So this is, the right for the student to have the passion in which area, not only in their study program, but also coming from another discipline. I think this is a very important policy coming from the ministry, and we are very welcome and very encouraged to all students and our lecturer to support this policy. This is what we would like to present. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your answer. So I have one more question. So yeah, just as you mentioned, the Independent Learning Center is also a data analysis center. So after the data collection and the data analysis, something like the portfolio analysis. So did you provide the analytic analyze the result to the student? Therefore, they can get the scaffolding and to do the formal remedial learning.
Yeah. At least we try to increase the function in terms of the data center, because this is very important. The traffic of the activities of students, because this will be involved foreign student, not our students, because there is any foreign student coming outside university will also take a class in our universities. So we have make some documentation. And this documentation will be proceed, to make some fast decision in which area the student will be accepted in our study program, because there is so many demand coming foreign student to involve in our class. So this is actually not directly doing the data analysis, but we mostly provide some something like dashboard. Yeah. Because
Okay.
we call a platform that student can easily take a look at what kind of the activities that actually still available and which program will be processed by the study program, and also in which university, the college coming student, foreign student will be involved in our class, and also our student will going out, going abroad, for example, involved in the international student mobility, and all will be documented in what we call the Center for Independent Learning.
Okay, thank you. Now, is there any other questions from the floor? Any other question from the floor? Okay, if no other questions, I'd like to thank both speakers once again. Thank you very much for your excellent speech. So, and I also like to end this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. And thank you for all the audience for your participation. Okay.
Thank you, VP Sun, for moderating the session. Thank you very much. And thank you, VP Chen from National Taiwan University and Vice Rector Professor Harris for the wonderful talk. Much appreciation again. And since that now moving on to the next agenda on our program today, the scheduled time is 4:25. So let's have a quick 10 minutes break and we'll be back here at 4:25. Thank you.
Check.
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 All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 6th Taiwan-Indonesia Higher Education Virtual Forum. And now moving on to the last session of today's program, which is the panel discussion. It's the highlight of today. And here at Asia University, President Tsai is just dying to meet people face to face. So we decided to invite the panelists from Taiwan to be here at Asia University to interact with our panelists from Indonesia virtually. So without further ado, I'm going to turn the floor to Professor Jeffrey J.P. Tsai, the president of Asia University, to moderate the coming session.
Okay, good afternoon. Particular our this session, panel session, we have 6 distinguished speakers. 3 from university in Indonesia, include my good friend, Professor Gunawan Budiyanto, my good friend. I has been UMI for many times. Yeah. And also, of course, the Dr. Tambe from the University Masamas, right? And also the Professor Embrianto, Vice Rector, University of Diponegro, Vice Rector. We also have MOU with the university. Actually, many years ago, I think our dean went to university many times. And in the Asian University, physically, also we have 3 distinguished speaker, Professor Cai Jinzhong, and also Professor Li Caiyan, and Professor Huang Sanyi. Okay, and the theme of this panel is a challenge and opportunity of higher education in the age of globalization, digital technology, and a new normal. I think I can pick this off. So you can see my face. Okay, so I'd like to introduce the first speaker, Professor Jinzhong Tsai. He received a National Chair Professor in 2015, and again in 2020 in Taiwan. He only allowed 2 chances. You receive twice, then you cannot apply again. But it became the honorary lifetime national chair, the Minister of Education. And he's currently the chair professor, the dean of the School of Learning Informatics, and the head for Program of Learning Science at the National Taiwan Normal University. National Chair Professor Tsai is an influential scholar in the field of science education and mathematics learning in Taiwan. Professor Tsai's research is based on the concept of transformationism, spanning various research aspects of education, including students' scientific thinking and multiple representation of cognitive structure. He conducted groundbreaking empirical research and published excellent paper on epistemologist, the establishment of online learning environment and characteristics of learning. He currently serves as the co-editor in the Journal of Computer and Education, is indexed in SSCI and SCI, and is one of the editors of International of Science Education, also indexed in SSCI. So let's give a warm welcome, Professor Tsai. He's talking about the massive distance learning. Okay, welcome, Professor Tsai.
Thanks, President Tsai.
so nice introduction. And I'm so happy to be here, and we can have some face-to-face panel here. And the theme, that's the theme for today, the end of this today. And we are talking about the challenge and opportunity of higher education in right now. I think in the past 2 years, higher education have a lot of challenges. That's because of the COVID-19. So we implement a lot of massive distance education. So I would like to share some of my ideas and some experience and some of my expertise about massive distance education. And so, yeah, that's quite clearly in the last 2 years, we have a COVID-19 pandemic. So we are encounter a kind of high risk society. And all of us know that maybe the COVID-19 is not the end of that kind of situation. That kind of situation will happen again in the future. Although we want that will not happen again, but in our opinions, that some kind of this kind of situation maybe happen again. So we are in a high risk society. And so in the last 2 years, we have a lot of massive distance education across different regions in the country, in the world, and from the elementary school to higher education. So the higher education also has been affected by the pandemic. And I would like to highlight massive distance education is quite different from MOOCs. Well, MOOCs, we have maybe 1 or 2 courses, but we have massive number of learners. But massive distance education, we have so many courses online. So the number of courses is a lot. And for each class, that's just a limit of learners. That's like our regular classes. But all of our regular classes has been moved to totally online. So that's quite different concept from MOOCs. And so educators clearly encounter the barriers and the challenge because of this kind of change. And and I also believe that massive distance education to a certain extent might be kept even after the pandemic, because we used to that kind of mode of teaching or learning. So if that's possible, sometimes we will change some course or some classes, change to online teaching. So, and that's quite clearly, if we use the massive distance education, we should rely on technology to help us. And so that's technology assisted instruction, and that's something like that. And the technology assisted teaching encounters some barriers for teachers, learners, and perhaps others, for example, parents or others. So let me borrow some concepts about the barriers about technology integrated learning or teaching proposed by other researchers before. So in 1999, Etterman proposed a framework elaborating first-order barriers and the second-order barriers for technology integration in education. And then the first-order barrier that includes some external factors that may constrain the integration, such as the lack of adequate access to the internet, or the time, or the training. That's all, or institutional support. That are all external factors. And the second-order barriers that are more intrinsic to teachers. That's including teachers' pedagogical belief, technology belief, and the teachers' willingness to change. And these teachers' personal belief may also may facilitate or hinder the implementation of technology integration in classroom. So they propose, the scholar proposed 2 orders of barriers. And in 2012, I and one scholar in Singapore, we propose there is a third order barrier that's called teachers' design thinking. And our belief, our argument as well, our observation is that even we found that some teachers, they have sufficient facility, rich digital instructional materials or resources, and he or she also have positive attitude or strong belief about technology integration. He may not have successful implementation. That's because the classroom context are quite dynamic, and the teacher should rely on some design thinking to reorganize or create learning material or activity, adapting to the instructional needs of different contexts or different learners. So let us re-examine the barriers for massive distance education. But what I propose is that's just about technology integration. That's not for massive distance education. Massive distance education, that's for totally online teaching or learning. So first order, that's again, that's similar to what I propose. That's about the device from home for each child or for each student or learners, and the internet connections from home. That's the first order barrier for massive distance education or totally online teaching. And the second order is about teachers' belief about the quality of distance education. When we encounter the pandemic, a lot of teachers say, oh, that's the quality of online education is not quite good, so I cannot implement my teaching in that kind of platform. They have that kind of belief. And the government's policy about distance education, they give the credits about online courses, or parents' belief and assessments about distance education. But a lot of parents complain that their children or their children just stay at home and do nothing, just only watch the monitor and do nothing. Yeah, so I think that's also the barriers from the parents. And the third order, that's design of teaching strategies. So traditionally, technology instruction is designed as a part of face-to-face teaching. So we encourage the teachers to use some technology, but that's still in real classroom. But right now, we develop very few platform or system or material that's for totally online teaching. So that's one barrier, and the teachers did not have rich experience for totally online teaching. And the third barrier, and how they can use design thinking to meaningfully transform traditional teaching, or they have some experience about technology-assisted instruction to totally online teaching. That's quite different for them, even though they have some experience about technology-assisted learning, or assisted teaching, but they did not have rich experience about totally online teaching. And that's something like that. That's totally online teaching. And I think 2 weeks ago, we also here, we are here in Asia University, and we use Gather Town for a virtual classroom or virtual meeting here. And that's gave the participant a better sense of presence and a better sense of participation. So that's also, right now we have some platform that's for totally online teaching. And so the third barrier is that the teachers and schools should use design thinking to transform to technology association to totally online teaching. And for different subject matters or learners, teachers should use their design thinking to implement distance education properly and effectively. And there is no one-size-fits-all model. You cannot rely on one, just give me one answer. And then our research also found that there is still 1.5 barriers. That's about classroom management. It's because that's quite difficult for the teachers to manage totally online teaching. But how I ensure each learner's engagement, because they just shut down their monitor and they just all fall asleep or they just did nothing. Yeah. Then so we need the theory of e-pedagogy, because traditionally we have a lot of theory about pedagogy, or we have a lot of pedagogical theories, but we did not propose some pedagogical theory for online context, a full pedagogical e-pedagogy theory. So I think if we can have a good e-pedagogy, can address the 2-point half and the third barrier, because they are about classroom management and also about design thinking from the teachers. And we also have some challenges for higher education. One, I highlight again, shifting blended learning to totally online teaching, or shifting technology-assisted learning to totally online teaching. And we have a various online platform. That's too many. If that's too many, the students will complain about that. Every course, they need to open a new account and go to quite different platform. And if we use only one platform, there's a fear of monopolies of certain platforms. So that's also some concern by the school or by the government. And also how we can use good online tools, system, or module we developed before into such totally online teaching context or for such massive distance education setting. I think that's also important issues or challenges for higher education scholars. And also we need to timely solve students' technological problems. And also how about if we have some skill-based courses? So last session, they are talking about some hands-on activity, how they implement that during the pandemic. And also some internship courses, especially for medical school. That's quite important for internship. And how we can use some new technology to detect students' engagement, boredom, frustration, success, or failure of learning. But right now we have a very good facial recognition technique. Then we can use the technology to help the teachers or professors try to identify the emotion or the engagement of each learners. And that's the last few slides. So right now for higher education teachers, they should learn the ways of expression through the online manner, and also the use of different modality to enrich teaching or course material. And the students should learn the ways of expression through totally online manner. And also students should learn the ways of communicating or collaborating with peers through totally online manner. And also students should learn how to solve problems or conduct inquiries through the totally online manner. And also students should have adequate strategy for self-regulated learning or self-paced learning, because that's massive distance education. So sometimes they can have their own pace of learning in that kind of online platform. So that's not synchronized synchronous learning. So sometimes we have some asynchronous learning. And then finally, I will talk one point. In educational technology experts, in last 2 decades or 3 decades, we're talking about digital divide. That means there's a gap for the student who can access they have better resources to access some online resources or some to the internet. So, but digital divide will try to help each learner to have fair opportunity or equal opportunity for online learning. So I think the same idea we can apply to that, because in last 2 years, if you Google some literature, there are some new term called video conferencing fatigue or Zoom fatigue. Because every day you just go online and a lot of conference like that. So you feel very tired about that. And I think a lot of students, they have online learning fatigue because every day they just go online and try to learn something and do not have a lot of face-to-face interaction with others. But please do not forget, there's online learning fatigue like this one. And I coined one term called online learning refugee. Because some students, not only for from elementary school to high school students, even for some higher education students, there are sometimes like online learning refugees. They stay at their home, but they cannot have a good quality of online access. They did not have good device to access to good online platform or good learning platform. So they lose the opportunity for learning. So we pay a lot of attention about the fatigue, but please do not forget that this is still a group of learners. They experience, they should be considered something like refugees for online learning. So that's my website and my IG. And also this suit is designed by the Department of Fashion Design, Asia University. I thank so much for them. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Tsai's excellent talk. I always learn a lot from each time I listen to his speech. Any question from floor? Then we are finish all the talk, and then we can have entertain the floor later. And the second speaker, also my good friend, Professor Tsai Lee. Professor Tsai Lee received the PhD degree in 1986 from National Taiwan University, and the MS and PhD in 1992 and 1995, respectively, from Stanford University. He was also a visiting professor at Stanford in 2007. He's currently a professor in the Department of Computer Science at the National Zhengzhou University and the director of the Center for Creativity and Innovation Study. He served for 2 years, 2014 to 2016, as the director of the Department of Information and Technology Education in the Ministry of Education, MOE, in Taiwan. Currently, he's helping the MOE promote computer programming education in universities. His main research interests include robotics, computer animation, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and interactive narrative. Today, he's going to talk about the online and interdisciplinary IT education in Taiwan. Give it a warm welcome to Professor Lee Tsai-En.
Thank you very much, Professor President Tsai and everybody on the floor. And it's my honor to be here to give an introduction about my view of online education and also interdisciplinary IT education in Taiwan. I think I would like to provide some background information for further discussion in this panel. Okay, and so first of all, I will talk about online education. I think many people knows that Taiwan has the highest percentage of people receiving higher education. The percentage is about 71, and which is higher than Korea, South Korea, and also higher than Japan. So higher education is really focused and emphasized in Taiwan. But if you look at the number of online courses before pandemic, we have like 50% of the universities who are offering online courses. And the total number of online courses is about 2,000. If you divide it by the total number of courses that offers in universities, it's only less than 1% before the pandemic. Okay, this is really interesting number, really, really low. So the pandemic, I think, is before the pandemic is like this. Everybody is on the beach and look at the sea, but not many people want to go to the sea. Probably they are afraid of the water, or probably, I don't know whatever reason. Everybody is watching on the beach. But once the big wave come, the pandemic wave come, everybody is forced to enter the water. And no matter they enjoy or not, they are forced to enter the water, and they try to swim and survive. And hopefully, the hope is that when the wave go away, people start to enjoy or learn how they can play in the water. That's the hope or the opportunity that we hope to have after the pandemic. In fact, there has been many courses, MOOCs courses in the form of MOOCs developed in Taiwan for the past 4 or 5 years. There are over 70 universities offering like 740 courses already. And there are 500,000 of people registered already. And some of them are overseas. And some of the MOOCs courses has also been online on the international platforms such as Coursera, Future Learn, or Udemy. So they are already, I guess all these 740 courses are supported by the Ministry of Education. So there are more and more high quality courses online already. And the recent survey after the pandemic about online education and the physical education, I think that the survey is quite interesting. There are more than 50% of students think online education is better or equivalent, which is quite a surprise. Original guess is a bit lower than this. So the reason for them to like online education is that they think they save their transportation time. It can be self-paced, or they can learn anytime. These are all the advantages that we think we know about online learning. And the reason they don't like online learning is because they don't have enough or stable enough network, which is, I think, the easiest one to solve. They don't have enough peer interaction. They don't have online experience, which means that not every course is suitable for online. And 72% of students agree that after the pandemic, some courses are still suitable for online education. So they kind of start to enjoy. They know the advantage or the benefit of learning online. I think this is a pretty good opportunity for us. But I think digital technology is not only transforming education, they are transforming every field, every domain. So IT education is becoming more and more important. According to the government, before 2030 in Taiwan, there's a shortage of IT talents, about 83,000, which means that every year we need to produce about 7,000 students who are good in IT. And this demand will be satisfied through various kinds of policy, such as through online on-the-job training, or providing more enrollment headcount, student headcounts in IT fields. And more importantly, I think we should increase the number of students who are not in CS domain, but try to learn CS or IT skills and join and add value to their field. I think that's more important. And actually the government didn't start the policy after the pandemic. Actually, it started from like many years ago, like 2 or 3 years ago. We have a new curriculum in high school or in elementary school. And this new curriculum actually is a kind of revolution to our education, especially in IT, which is centered in computational thinking and requires students in elementary education to take coding courses. And not only in high school or in elementary school, in higher education, many universities have started to learn, or there are a lot of government projects and kind of encourage university to consider to take IT technology into their own field. And starting like 4 years ago in the project of higher education Sprout project, we are promoting coding or programming education in general education, which starts like 4 years ago. And in other words, we hope to encourage students not only in CS. We hope the CS students can take a research topic which is cross-disciplinary or interdisciplinary. We also encourage more and more students which are not CS majors, and encourage them to learn some IT skills, and hopefully can add value to their fields, such as manufacturing, agriculture, living technology, fintech, economy, or content creation, humanity, etc. So the government has set a goal to allow or to let 50% of university students have the opportunity to take programming courses. Hopefully by 2020, there are more than 50 students can have the opportunity to take the courses. And actually we have achieved the goal 2 years ago. Currently we have like 65% of students who can have the opportunity to learn programming now, which is quite a big number. It's like a 600,000 students already. And the reason why the student can take this course, can have a chance to learn programming is because the offer has increased. So if you look at the number of courses offered has been tripled or been doubled in regular and vocational university, respectively. And also the university there are 65% of university have offered kind of IT-related micro programs or programs, regular programs for non-CS students. So the number of university who can offer this kind of program has increased quite a lot. So the students who are interested in coding can have a path or can have a course map to learn more and get into the IT industry after they graduate. So I think for me, IT talent should have some new competence. The first one is computational thinking. The second one is, like Professor Sai said, is design thinking. And the third one is that the student needs to receive rigorous disciplines about how to use tools, use effective tools, which is like kind of software engineering kind of skills. I think the most important one is that the student need to have the desire or the courage to quest for the unknown, or to cross the border to learn something different. I think this is, so I call it CDEX, which is something I think the new competence that the IT talents should have. So finally, I'll make a conclusion. You know, many fields, many industry are doing computational, they have observed that a computational turn is very important. And many industries are doing digital transformation. I think it's also the time for the higher education to have some kind of a digital transformation to allow us to have better competitiveness in the era, in the new digital era. Okay, that concludes my talk. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for Lee's excellent talk. And our next speaker, Professor Huang Sanyi. Professor Huang received the BS and MS degree from National Taiwan University and the PhD degree from the University of Minnesota in 1994. He joined the College of Management, National Sun Yat-sen University in 1995, and he's presently a professor of information management and the dean of the college. Between 1994 and 1995, he was with the Computer and Communication Laboratory Industrial Technology Research Institute, ITRI, Taiwan. His current research interests include text mining, recommendation system, workflow system, and data management aspect in enterprise systems. He has co-authored over 50 papers in referee journals and book chapter, and published more than 100 peer-reviewed conference papers. In support of this research activity, he has been the PI, HOCO PI, on more than 50 research and industry projects supported by the Ministry of Science and Technology in Taiwan, as well as the industry. Today, he's going to talk about digital education and globalization at the National Shenzhen University. Let's give a warm welcome to Professor Huang.
Thank you, President Tsai, for the introduction. Unlike our previous two speakers, I'm not an expert in the digital education. So what I'm going to do is to describe our experience at the NSRSU on how we address the difficulties and challenges of higher education in response to the digital technology and the globalization. Okay. Before I proceed, let me briefly introduce our university. Our university, National Science University, is located in Kaohsiung City, the largest city in southern Taiwan. It has a harbor and international airport. It also has a subway system and high-speed railway. So the transportation is quite convenient. And right now, it has 7 colleges, including liberal arts, management, social science, science, engineering, marine science, and the C1, which is specialized in general education. And currently, we have 537 faculty members, and there are around 10,000 students. So it's actually a middle-sized university. And the newest QS ranking is 412. I think we are doing okay. Okay, now let me talk about the digital education at our university. Our university has a digital education platform called Cyber University, which has been established for more than 20 years. So right now, most of the professors actually place their teaching materials, including syllabus, slides, and reading materials on the platform. Of course, some professors place less teaching materials, but other universities may try to place more and more materials into the Cyber University. So, for example, some universities like myself place the video clips which are recorded before the class or during the class into the Cyber University. That's easier for students to review their course material. And another type of a digital course is something we call open courses. But basically, open courses just contain the videos taken from the classroom teaching. And so far, we have only 78 open courses at the universities because unlike the courses in Cyber University, the open courses have to be open to the general public, and not many professors are willing to open their course in the classroom. And the third digital course is MOOC digital courses. And for this type of course, the professor has to record every course lesson in advance, plus quite a few test questions for students' self evaluation. So it takes actually quite a lot of effort. And the College of Management at our university offered several fundamental management courses in this form, including economics, financial statement analysis, management, financial management, ethics, and social responsibility, because these fundamental management courses are in high demand, especially for non-mid-school students. So in the old days, students often have difficulties registered to these courses because of the class size limit. But with MOOC digital courses, now students can easily register their desired courses. And now there are hybrid courses in which some students are on site and the other students are online. And this kind of courses are particularly popular during the COVID-19 pandemic. So these days there are more and more hybrid courses at our university. And this is especially convenient for students who need to be quarantined, for example, international students. And finally, we have online master program in electronic commerce and business analytics. And for this program, all the courses are delivered online. But still, each semester, we require students to come to the campus 3 times. One for opening, one for midterm exam, and one for final exam. And the purpose of such kind of returning to campus actually is for students to engage in some socialization. So the actions we took during the COVID-19 pandemic is the following. We limit the number of students in each classroom, and we provide more classrooms equipped with facilities for hybrid courses. And we encourage the use of flip teaching. And we try to certify the distance learning courses to ensure the quality of these courses. Most of the courses we delivered are in Chinese. And we do offer some pure English courses and some English taught programs. But the ratio actually is low, as mentioned by Professor Lee. Right now, 8.3% of our faculty members are foreigners, and 7% of our students are international students, and 12% of our courses are EMI, which is English mediated courses. And currently, we have 9 all English graduate programs. And we have about 300, close to 300 partner universities across 43 countries. And I just noticed that we have 9 sister universities in Indonesia. But globalization is an important goal for our university. So our president actively pursue the globalization. So starting from 2013, the university has taken quite a few measures toward globalization. For example, we have made some policies to encourage professors to offer more English taught courses. And just a couple of months ago, our university was selected as one of the 4 universities that has focused development in bilingual education for students in college. I know National Taiwan Normal University is also selected as one of the university. So the goal of this endeavor is that we hope to offer all English graduate programs and 23 all English undergraduate programs by the year of 2030. So to do so, we have established quite a few policies and efforts try to support the faculty and encourage the faculty to deliver better quality English courses. Just skip this part. So we very much welcome international students, especially students from Indonesia. And by the coming fall, the fall of 2022, we will offer 7 undergraduate pure English taught programs ranging from management, science, and engineering. And most of our master programs and the PhD program accept international students. And we also provide scholarships at all levels, including PhD, master, and the bachelor. So for example, international PhD students do not have to pay tuition. And each month they may receive 15,000 NT, which is about 600 USD per month. I think it's quite, this amount of money stipend is enough, quite enough for students to live a comfortable life in Kaohsiung. So in the future, we looking forward to a close collaboration with more international universities, especially university from Indonesia. So we'd like to have a more student exchange, faculty exchange, and especially some research collaboration. These 2 pictures shows our online seminar with Utah in Malaysia and Singapore Management University in Singapore, held during the COVID-19 pandemic this year and the last year. So that concludes my talk. Thank you.
Professor Pang. And our next speaker, my good friend, Professor Gunawan Priyanto. Dr. Gunawan Priyanto is Director of University Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta, UMY, Indonesia, which is located in the city of Yogyakarta. UMY is one of the 164 universities owned by Muhammadiyah, the most prominent social organization in Indonesia. He is a senior researcher in agriculture, landscape system, and disaster associated with land degradation as one of the essential natural resources. In addition to research soil and land science, he's also active in the disaster mitigation studies and disaster recovery program in several regions in Indonesia. Several studies were conducted on recovery study and land suitability assessment after the 2006 Yogyakarta earthquake and 2010 eruption of Mountain Merapi, Yogyakarta, and the earthquake and liquefaction disaster rehabilitation program in Padu, Sulawesi in 2018 to 2019. He is also active in professional organizations such as the Indonesia Soil Science Association, the Indonesia Landscape Architects Association, and the Indonesia Agriculture Association. In 2020, he was re-elected as director for the 2nd term. Under his leadership, University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta has developed a prestigious university in Indonesia with many national and international achievements. Let's give a warm welcome our friend, Rector Gunawan Priyanto.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. The Honorable President of Asia University, Professor Jeffrey Cheng, also Professor Li Chu Chen, and all my brother in Asia University, and the speaker on this session. First of all, I would like to say thank you for giving me to present my experience in challenges and opportunities of higher education in the age of globalization, digital technology, and the new normal. A small perspective from UMY best practices. So can you see the picture, my presentation? Okay, thank you very much. In the 21st century, humans on this planet are faced with global problems like climate change, environmental damage, health, education opportunities, and food availability. United Nations has reached a mutual agreement between nations, which is written in a document called Sustainable Development Goals, involving most countries in the world. And the term is leave no one behind. The world has changed towards a system of agreement with the same problem. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are facing globalization. There are challenges and opportunities. Globalization has encouraged every country to be ready to face increased interaction between nations on this earth. The challenges and opportunities of an increasingly globalized world are marked by the collapse of the administrative boundaries of each country, giving rise to free market, increased use of science and technology, and also we have cultural shock. Each country has different dimensions of challenges and opportunities. The quality of human resources largely determines the success of a country in facing the global era. The gap in the Human Development Index between countries is predicted to be a problem for each country and can affect readiness to face the global era. Being global is the must to develop every higher education through international networking due to your cooperation, and also how to increase the academic atmosphere to strengthen the international networking. As you know that Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, UMY, was established in 1st March 1981 as a part of Muhammadiyah Socio-Religious Organization in Indonesia, located in Yogyakarta, Central Java, with the vision to be a leading university in the development of science and technology based on Islamic values for the benefit of the people. UMY carries out the learning process based on the concept of aligning Islamic values into science and technology. Thus, the learning process will be able to make the process of transfer of knowledge goes in line with the Islamic character building. Ladies and gentlemen, up to 2021, UMY has approximately 21,934 students who are distributed into 3 vocational programs, 23 undergraduate programs, and 9 graduate programs. To improve the international atmosphere, UMY also organized 6 international schools, namely International Program on International Relations, International Program of Government Science, International Program of Law and Sharia, International Program of Islamic Economic and Finance, also International Program of Accounting, and International Program of Management and Business Study. In addition to these programs, also offer summer school programs every year for several areas of science, like International Tropical Medicine Summer School, International Dental Medicine Summer School, International Tropical Farming Summer School, and also International Disaster Management Summer School. We also create the International Culture and Culinary Festival. And this is a proper strategy to improve cooperation and collaboration between university and also nation. Know each other culture, music, dance, and food, and an atmosphere of togetherness and mutual understanding. Knowing your food and how you eat is a memorable event. From food, we can make mutual understanding and feel brotherhood. Ladies and gentlemen, information and communication technology, or ICT, is an engine of globalization and spreading ideas of thought and knowledge. Advance in information technology, especially the development of the digital world, will increasingly place the world under one control system and can interact more efficiently based on the information and data communication process. Big data has turned into a strategic resource for every country. Digitalization of information becomes big data for the development of data science and becomes the main component for decision making and strategy formulation. And I think finally, digital technology can become an essential resource in the global era. Big data is one of the main components in the fourth industrial revolution era. The rapid flow of data causes the amount of data to be unlimited, unstructured, so that efficient analysis and knowledge constrained. To take advantage of big data, data science is needed that can make it easier to make decisions, make prediction, and also encode the data. Data science is the main basis of today's digital technology. Ladies and gentlemen, data science is the field of study that combines domain expertise, programming skill, and knowledge of mathematics and statistics to extract meaningful insight from data. Data science practitioners apply machine learning algorithm to number, text, images, video, audio, and more to produce artificial intelligence system to perform tasks that ordinarily require human intelligence. And in turn, these systems generate insight which analysts and business user can translate into tangible business value or tangible business meaning. Data science also continues to evolve as one of the most promising and in demand career paths for skilled professionals. Today, successful data professionals understand that they must advance past the traditional skill of analyzing large amount of data mining, and programming skill. in order to uncover useful intelligence for the organizations, data scientists must master the full spectrum of the data science life cycle and process of level of flexibility and understanding to maximize returns of each pass of the process. Ladies and gentlemen, at least there are two opportunities of data science use in learning process, like we did since 2050. First is educational data science would train educators broadly conceived to study this form of educational data and to make sense of educational system, their problem and potential solution, and to develop a deeper meaningful understanding and empirically established form of the solution. And second, educational data science would empower educators to perform data proportionally, visualization, data reduction and description, and also demonstrate how to make the prediction based on the data science. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta has been developing learning platform since 2020, and it's named My Class. So since 2016, we have implemented a blended learning system with a combination of 80% face-to-face class and 20% online learning. The My Class platforms give students full access to all courses, laboratory practices, and also digital libraries. The feature available on the My Class platform allows students to access learning resources at any time. So the virtual campus concept has worked well in our campus since 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, how we prepare the new normal. The new normal is a new way of life in a pandemic atmosphere or in a pandemic period by implementing health protocol and new living habit. To prepare for life in this new normal, UNY has carried out vaccination for 20,000 students using the drive-through vaccination method with a capacity of 3,000 students per day. This new life adaptation is also applied to the learning process. This new normal preparation is also equipped with the isolation shelter with 100 beds capacity for students who have been infected and 3 mobile mini hospital units that are on standby every day in campus. Ladies and gentlemen, we do understand that the transmission pattern of COVID-19 is basically difficult to predict because it involves many things such as the pattern of community mobility, the quality of health services, and also the successful implementation of health protocol. But we we run since April 2020, we run the proportion of face-to-face learning and online learning as adjusted to the level of gravity of the COVID-19 transmission that occurs in the community. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the excellent talk. Next speaker is Dr. Bitos Taipei. He's a rector of Mas University. Is young, I believe it's a young university, like an Asian university, but it's doing very well. He's also the founder and chairperson of Sudisipo Yurakamalo Miraki. And his education include, he received S3 Public Administration from Hasanuddin University. And today, he's going to talk about the challenges and opportunities of Mas University as a higher education institution in the border area, in the era of globalization, digital technology, and new normal. Please give a warm welcome to Rector Taipei.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. First of all, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the committee who having me to take part in this event. Let me give you a little speech about the challenge and opportunity of Musamus as a higher education institution in the border area in the era of globalization, digital technology, normal. Let me describe a little bit about Musamus University. Musamus University just changed from private university to state university 2010. Now, Universitas Musamus running 11 years. Universitas Musamus is located at Merauke Regencies. Merauke Regencies is one of 28 regencies in Papua province. It's the easternmost province in Indonesia. Merauke Regencies a group as one of 3T, we call 3T, namely frontier, outermost, and less developed area. Merauke as opportunity for economic development with neighboring Papua New Guinea, Australia, and the South Pacific regions, and also potential of foodland, crops, plantation, animal husbandry, and fishery development, and also located strategic position and potential sea in the territorial area and exclusive economic zone. Musamus, even though just a young university, Usamus University has provide qualified human resource. University has about 8,000 students and provide faculty and programs that are aligned with regional potential. Faculty of Agriculture Engineering, Agribusiness, Agrotechnology, and Management of Aquatic Resources. We have also Faculty of Business and Economy, Faculty of Technical Engineering and Computer Science, Faculty of Education, Faculty of Social and Political Science, and Faculty Law. Musamus University also has contribution in develop and disseminate technology, health and engineering. And also we have a collaboration with other national institutions such as Institute Technology of Surabaya, University of Negeri Yogyakarta, and University of Hasanuddin Makassar. And also we have a vast opportunity for international corporation. We also known that COVID since almost 2 years has been hit all aspects of human life, including education. The COVID-19 pandemic has altered nearly every element of human life on a global scale. Also, education is a critical sector that has been impacted by the pandemic. School closure affecting 1 billion learners, and also educators in developing countries such as Indonesia encounter enormous challenges. It mostly caused by behavior change, shifting learning habits and learning evaluation from face-to-face to online modes. The first century education we also known the advance to the information and technology are developing very quickly as change all dimensions of life. The concept of educators as a repository of knowledge who teaches wisdom to their students is no longer appropriate for the purpose of the 21st century education. Coronavirus related to their disruption can give educators time to rethink. With students gaining access to knowledge and even learning and technical skill through a few clicks on their gadgets, such as phones, tablets, and computers. The educators' position in classroom and lecture theater will need to be redefined. And also technology a step into the bridge and will continue play a key role in educating future generation. Currently, Generation Z students make up the majority of students enrolled in our educational institution, a generation that has grown up in globally integrated world. Generation defined by technology, where the term fear of being alone, FOBA, and FOMO, fear of missing out, express their expectation of instant communication and feedback, effective through applications like instant messengers, Snapchat, WhatsApp. The traits first century learners indicated by resilience, the entrepreneurial skill, flexibility and adaptability, and continuous learning, also emotional intelligence, creativity, and critical thinking. The paradigm has changed. Online teaching is no more an option. It is the necessity. The analysis what has been we do, there is strength, weakness, opportunity, and threats. One by one, we look at the analysis what. Strength, time, and place flexibility, instant feedback, wider audience, abundant resources, and variety of content. Innovative teaching, student-centered approaches, increase variety and creativity of learning activities, address different learning style. The weakness, time management, technical difficulties, distraction, frustration, and anxiety. Learners' capability, lack of personal, physical attention, and opportunity, transformation in all aspects, education, innovative pedagogical approach, strengthen skill, problem solving, critical thinking, adaptability, digital innovation and development. But the threats or challenge, geographical condition, lack of ICT, infrastructure, physical network, technology, unequal distribution, digital literacy, the quality of human resources, educators, lack of digital skill, the need to adapt pedagogics to online learning, student development and engagement. Classroom technology must use correctly to be effective. 3 elements: teachers, student, infrastructure. Teachers need support to adapt lesson plan to optimize use of technology. And teachers should use the technology themselves with the student. And globally, students perform better in the school where there were sufficient number of devices connected to fast internet service. They had educated software, teachers at the skills, professional development, and time to integrate digital devices interaction in instruction. Isakot Bekai, Isakot Kain. One heart, one goal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful talk. And our last speaker, Professor Emperor Yangto. He received his PhD from University of Sydney, and he's current Vice Rector for Research and Innovation at the Negro. And he has 252 journal publication and 19 books, author and editor. And today, he's going to talk about the globalization, digital technology, and new normal era, university, Negro experience and policy. Let's give a warm welcome to Vice Director Emperor Yangdo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, President Tsai, and also thank you for Dean Chen for and as well as the committee for inviting me to this Taiwan-Indonesia higher education forum virtually. And also good afternoon to everyone who is still here. in this opportunity, I would like to present our university, Diponegoro University experiences and policies in regard to globalization, digital technology, and new normal era. But I'm not going to present into detailed numbers, but more about the larger policy that we are going we are having. This is our outline, presentation outline. I'm going to start with introduction about where we are, our university. Undip is actually abbreviation from Universitas Diponegoro. It's located at Semarang City, which is the capital of Central Java. Central Java is here, approximately here, in 45 minutes by plane from Jakarta, and approximately 5 hours driving from Jakarta. Dean Chen have been here many times, I think. Yes. And this is our milestones. At the moment, we are in the phase 5, strengthening as research university. And this is the path of our policy. The outermost circle is the values of Diponegoro. For your information, Diponegoro is a hero who fought during Dutch colonization a long time ago. And the second circle is supporting organization and also environment. The blue circle is adequate resources. And the yellow one is based on 3 main pillars of higher education institution for Indonesia. And hopefully we can achieve excellent research university. We have 11 faculties and 2 schools at Undip. And on the right side, it's all these facilities that we have. Number of students is approximately 56,000 students. 56,000 students with 38,000 undergraduate and 7,000 vocational, and the rest are postgraduate studies. We also have, I have to highlight this, we also have higher SDG center at university. Okay, back to the main issues. I think globalization, digital technology, and new normal era as consequences of rapid development of science and technology, as well as pandemic COVID-19 in the last 2 years that we all face. Industry above is actually unavoidable. We have to face it, whether you like or not, and affecting all aspects of in life use, including in higher education. And that's why for those institutions who do not adapt, this thing will be left behind. I'm not going to discuss about the definition of globalization, but based on the many definitions of globalization, actually can be summarized into 2 things, which is the first one is borderless, the second one is global village. Those 2 actually impact on many aspects of human life, including higher education. And the impacts, for example, improving interconnection among higher education, also increasing pupil movement, including academics and students, because it's very easy to go to many different countries at the moment. Not at the moment, but not that during COVID-19, but before that. And hopefully in the future we can back to normal. Improving collaboration between university, and also because having collaboration, we have a better cultural understanding between countries. Rapid spreading of science and technology development, and we know exactly what happened in other countries and what happened with the development of science and technology in other countries as well, real time. And even establishing university in other countries. In our neighboring countries, for example, there are many universities from overseas established in their country, but in Indonesia we just started, and hopefully in the near future there will be many overseas universities in Indonesia. Our experiences in regard to globalization, it really shows the improved interconnection among universities. So between our university and other universities, even study programs, even laboratories. even faculty members and students. And also improving numbers of collaboration, either MOU or MOA or IA, changes the way we look and conduct education at the university, because our experience visiting other university, and then we can learn from them, and then we can also apply it in our university. Possibilities of using other university resources from other countries. This is, for example, when we have research collaboration, we can use other universities' equipments to analyze something when we don't have it here, for example. We can send our sample there, and so on and so on. Student mobility, both inbound and outbound. In our case, it's also improving our overseas students' number. Faculty member mobility, guest lecturers, for example, visiting professor. We have many adjunct professors at the moment from overseas. Improving international faculty members at UNDIP. Joint research, publications, seminar, conferences, and also workshop. This is just showing you the number of MOUs and the active numbers of MOUs with overseas institutions right now. We have in total 120 MOUs, active MOUs, and 93 MOA. And from Taiwan, we have 16 MOUs, active MOUs from university in Taiwan, and 14 MOAs. In regard to digital technology, we can summarize into three aspects: digital data, computerized, and devices. We are all really rely on devices at the moment. Again, it impacts on many aspects, including higher education. For the impacts, for example, we are all using computer and device-based office, improving many processes at the university. It's really improved the process, and especially for those who are database for decision making. Therefore, our experience also shows the same thing. We are maximizing our processes using digital technology, for example, e-office, for example, teaching and learning processes, exam, even salary and taxing. We are using digital technology through single sign-on system. Much less paper being used at the moment, faster results and fast information, real-time information. We can get information at any time and real-time as well. Digital database, and again, better decision making based on data. About new normal era can be summarized into three aspects. After crisis in this issues is COVID-19, there will be new habit and also in regard to health and safety. It's also impact on many aspects, including higher education. The impact is really, this is for example, changing the way we work, communicate, and meeting and seminar and so on. Teaching and learning process mostly by online, that has been discussed before. Lecturers has to adapt online teaching. Students are also adjusting to online lecturers, adjusting by means of online exam, for example. Even online shopping when we are working at home. And we are trying hard to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Our experience also shows that we are providing mask, hand sanitizer, and physical distancing has been applied at the university. We are providing a schedule for those who has to work at home and also work at office. We provide supplements and vitamins for those who work from office. We also provide vaccine for all students, academic and administrative staffs, providing rooms for isolation. This is mainly when the peak of COVID-19 in July and August, because the hospital cannot cope with the numbers of those who are infected by COVID-19, so we have to provide rooms for those who are infected, especially our students and our staff. And also has to provide regulation for teaching and learning processes, because online teaching and online exam is a new thing for everyone. So we have to provide regulation. And also regulation for traveling, meetings, seminar, and conferences, including regulation for guests both from overseas or from Indonesia who want to come to our university. We have to have a special regulation for that. And what I can say that it accelerates research and innovation related to new normal era. For example, we have prototypes of what we call as biosmart and safe bus at the moment. This bus is based on health and safety protocols COVID-19. So hopefully this can be produced and can be used in new normal era in the future. Okay, our policies in regard to all those things, we support collaboration. We very support collaboration. We also support mobility, both student and also academic staff. We provide digital technology related equipments and facilities. We provide smart classrooms, provide health and safety facilities, again providing related regulations. We also help and support students and lecturers as well as administrative staff who are infected with COVID-19. And of course, we are preparing human resources by training, webinars, certification, and so on. This slide also only show you how our policies in regard to facilities, funding, and human resources collaboration, as well as what we call as conducive environment, for example, by regulation and incentive. So the challenges for those three things, the first one is lack of funding, especially for small universities. Very fortunate that we are not have a problem with funding. For example, for cost for traveling and so on, facilities and equipment, providing facilities and equipments. Lack of expertise, again, for small universities, especially in digital technology and health and safety. And also, fortunately, we don't have any problem with this. Lack of regulations, we have to provide many different regulations in regard to, especially in regard to COVID-19 pandemic and the new normal era. And most important challenges is our readiness to face what will happen in the future, because it's really unknown. And as you mentioned about transformation as well. And I believe that government and collaboration play a very important role in this. So in conclusion, globalization, digital technology have to be responded properly and applied at university business processes. New normal era has to be comprehensively prepared based on health and safety standard, and challenges that we face have to be overcome. There is a need of government role as well as collaboration. I think that's all I can say. Thank you very much for your attention. Back to you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Vice Director Brianto. Very wonderful, excellent conclusion. And I'd like to see any question from the floor or from our panelists. Any questions? I think all of you are talking about very important topics that Professor Tsai Jin-zong talked about. E-pedagogy, right? Digital divide, and also some other panelists also address the digital divide, online learning, fatigue, and also refugee, right? That's very important. And Professor Lee talking about the there's some based on your experience at MOE, since you handle the national project, so you have I think a very interesting data to show us that students that they consider online education is better, is right, 55%. Okay. And then some courses are more suitable for online, only 72%. So I was wondering what's the population when you do this population regarding to those two numbers, 55 and 72?
It's an informal survey, consists of like 3,000 students.
3,000 is in what? In university or K-12?
No, for university students.
University student
In Taiwan.
Oh, in Taiwan. Oh, okay. I see. Not just Zhengzhi University, but also our university. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, I think each university talk about their own experience. I don't know if there's any question from our floor or Professor Chen.
Yeah, because it's a panel, we need some kind of interaction. I know the time is late. Just two very short and simple questions. One for Professor Cai Jinzhong, one for Professor Amba. Okay, for Professor Cai Jinzhong, you talk about the so-called computational thinking. Okay. Oh, okay. So, no, design thinking. Yeah, and computational thinking. I wonder, is there an easy way to measure, to assess students, ability in computational or design thinking? Because to us, it's a core competences, right? How to measure how their accomplishment in that area. This is one. For Amba, I think your government just launched a new policy called Merdeka Belajar. Okay, Merdeka Belajar, free campus. And as an educator, did you find any resistance on the part of the student or on the part of the parents? Because obviously they need to spend some money because overseas exposure experience is required. Okay, that's my question.
Okay, Cai Jinzhong, Professor Cai Jinzhong first.
Okay, yeah. You're talking about two core components. And my answer is that for computational thinking, there's already some instrument to really measure your computational thinking. And for design thinking, I'm talking about teachers' design thinking, and I did not see any instrument or any kind of assessment to understand teachers' design thinking. But we have some instrument try to understand students' design disposition about design thinking. But if you want to really measure their design thinking, I think that's quite difficult. But right now we have some items that's for creative thinking. That's already implemented in PISA 2020. So they have some public items online, and that's in public. So I think I think creative thinking is also quite positively related to their design thinking. So if you want to have some design thinking, I want to measure students' design thinking, I think you can go to the creative thinking first. And that's already established some items there. And that's also for international scholars use. They use that, and that's also recognized by the PISA team and also OECD. Yeah. So that's my answer about that. Thanks.
Okay. And the next question for Vice Rector Abriyanto from Professor Chen.
Thank you, Professor Chen, for the question. Actually, we don't have the complaint from students and from the parents at the moment right now. The complaints when the earlier stage of this policy was applied is actually from the lecturer, because they are going to, for example, the student have to go somewhere, learning somewhere outside of the study program, as meaning that they will lose 20 credit semester. So the lecturers complaining about how can the student will not get the proper subject or courses. But then, because this is the government policy that we have to follow the government policy, we rearrange all the curriculums at Diponegoro University to provide the possibility for students to do the Merdeka Belajar Campus Merdeka. So far, at Undip is doing fine, actually, Professor Cheng.
Okay, thank you. I think any more questions? I think it's very late. Okay, everybody hungry. Okay, okay. So I turn to the floor. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you.
So thank you all for being with us today, virtually the entire day. And since today is Thanksgiving, so it's a day to be thankful, to be grateful. And so we are grateful to have so many prestigious speakers with us, both online and on site. And we are grateful to have the great participations. Even now, until now, it's almost 6. We still have 142 participants online with us. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Dengan berakhirnya panel discussion ini, sebagai penanda kami ucapkan terima kasih banyak atas partisipasinya Bapak Ibu sekalian. Kami berharap semua tema presentasi yang disampaikan semua presenter, mulai dari keynote speech, feature speech, dan panel discussion, tidak hanya memberikan insight bagi pemangku kebijakan di pendidikan tinggi, tapi juga memberikan dorongan untuk selalu meningkatkan, menggali potensi penelitian, kerjasama, pengabdian masyarakat di antara banyak universitas.
So for tomorrow's program, we have 4 more featured speakers and MOU signing ceremony to look forward to. So please join us again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Taiwan time and 8 a.m. Indonesian time. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, masih ada tema-tema yang menarik dalam feature speech besok pagi yang akan dimulai pukul 9 waktu Taiwan atau jam 8 waktu Indonesia bagian Barat. Kami ucapkan sekali lagi terima kasih banyak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.